please welcome Lorna Godwin to the stage. She is a three-time Emmy Award-winning broadcast journalist who today is owner and president of Vector Communications Corporation, a public engagement and communications consulting firm based in St. Louis, Missouri.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Good morning and welcome to those of you here in person and to those of you watching virtually to Geo-Resolution 2024. This is the 5th year, which is hard to believe, and we are having the largest attendance ever. So congratulations to all the conference planners for that. As you just heard, my name is Lorna Godwin, and I have the pleasure of once again being your MC for today's conference. This is my 3rd time serving as MC. Sorry for you, but glad for me because I learned so much being part of this Geo-Resolution. So by a show of hands, how many are attending for the first time? Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. And how many of you are from out of town? Wonderful. Well, a special welcome to you on behalf of our conference co-sponsors, which is St. Louis University and the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, with support from the Taylor Geospatial Institute. So Geo-Resolution is a conference that brings together geospatial experts and students from government, academia, and industry, all with the goal of growing the geospatial ecosystem. This year's theme is modeling the future to address today's geospatial challenges. Our speakers are going to focus on the development and application of geospatial models such as digital twins. I personally can't wait to hear about that. Gaming and simulation, big data, artificial intelligence, and more. They will also discuss how new technologies and applications for geospatial modeling may impact the future geospatial workforce and the skills that will be needed to make an impact in this field. So there is a lot to learn, discuss, and think about today, and we have a full agenda. The success of Geo-Resolution is one of the many signs that something really special is happening here in St. Louis as it relates to the geospatial ecosystem. We have nearly a $2 billion NGA campus being built in North St. Louis that will open in 2026, not too far away. And Greater St. Louis, Inc., which is a major organization in town of business and civic leaders, has a GeoFutures strategic roadmap to make the geospatial industry a key industry sector in the St. Louis region. And we are really well on our way. In fact, this week is Geospatial Week in St. Louis, and obviously this event is a major part of this special week. So now, before we begin with our first panel, a few housekeeping matters. If you haven't already, download the Geo-Resolution 2024 app so you can submit a question. Please note that whether you are here in person or watching virtually, you will need to use the Geo-Resolution app to ask questions and to upvote questions you like so they move to near the top. Here's how you submit a question on the app. Select any panel discussion or session, then at the top of the page, click Q&A. That's select any panel discussion or session, and at the top of the page, click Q&A. There's a lot of good information on the app, so even if you don't have a question, do take a look at it. Check it out. Once again this year, we have a student poster session. We have 23 printed posters. Now, this is really important, and you can see them to my right. You can view the posters until 2 p.m. And the posters mean a lot to the students who have created them. So please take the time to look at them. And for those of you who are here in person and for those digitally online, you can vote. College and university students have submitted posters on a wide range of research topics. So again, you have to vote online. And this is important because the top 3 posters that are selected by a jury, those students receive a monetary award along with a recognition of $1,000, $750, and $500. Plus, there's going to be an audience favorite that you pick. So please do vote, as it will indeed mean a lot to these students. Also, Maps for All conference-related activities can be found in the Geo-Resolution 2024 app. And last but not least, in-person participants, the restrooms are across the hallway. So that's all the housekeeping matters out of the way. Let's begin Geo-Resolution 2024. We start today's conference with the Leaders Look conversation, which will focus on developments in geospatial ecosystem and today's conference theme of modeling the future to address today's geospatial challenges. Please welcome to the stage moderator Megan Lynch, editor, reporter, and co-host at KMOX and Odyssey St. Louis, along with her panelists, Bill Caniano, who's West Executive and Director of Corporate Communications for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Dr. Fred Pastello, President of St. Louis University, and Dr. Nadine Alamé, Executive Director of the Taylor Geospatial Institute. Please welcome all of our speakers to the stage.
Good morning. Sorry, projecting a little bit this morning. I'm Megan Lynch. I am the co-host of Total Information AM on KMOX Radio here in St. Louis. And it was probably about a year ago that I was pulled into this geospatial realm by the folks at the NGA. Now, after having served 3 decades in the journalism business, sometimes you think, I've reported on the same stories over and over, what can be new? And nearly every week, this community brings me something new and exciting that's happening. And what's really fun is that when I reach out to people, they return my calls and they want to talk about it. Sometimes that doesn't happen in journalism. And what I find is that there's the same basic curiosity for all of us. The same questions that we would ask in journalism, all of you are asking in what you're doing in your geospatial research. Who, what, why, where, obviously, when and how. And the how, I think, is what we're really going to be focusing a lot on today here. And so I'm very excited to hear from all our leaders about the growing how of how we're going to make geospatial science even bigger, especially here in St. Louis. So I'll have each of you introduce yourselves.
All right. Good morning. It's great to be with you face to face, Megan. We've been on the radio show several times, and thank you for actually spreading the geospatial joy and energy. It's amazing because sometimes I'm on the show with Megan, and people then text me saying, "Oh, we learned all of this about geospatial, and we've never heard about geospatial before." So really, thank you for spreading the word out there. I'm Nadine Alamé, the Executive Director of the Taylor Geospatial Institute, and it's great to have you all here. I'm a long-term geospatial geek, geospatial cheerleader, and I think I'm finally at the right place at the right time because it's not about just the geospatial community anymore. It's about what geospatial can do to the whole world. So we are in the sustainability conversations, we're in the climate conversations, of course, we're in national security and defense, we're in food security, and it's just great to be able to do this with other people, which is all what the Taylor Geospatial Institute is all about. Yes? So the Taylor Geospatial Institute is a consortium of 8 organizations in this area, and they're all here represented today, represented by the posters, and we'll tell you a lot more during the day. Thank you.
Well, good morning. I'm Bill Caniano. I'm the Senior NGA Officer here in St. Louis, and welcome to our 5th Geo-Resolution. I look out across the numbers that are here, and it is almost double what we started with 5 years ago. I'd like to start by thanking St. Louis University for their years of collaboration with us. Even before we made the decision to locate in North City, St. Louis University was actively engaged with us. President Pastello, thank you for your support of this and everything that we have done here together in St. Louis. Thank you to the community as well. When we made the decision to stay here, we we wanted to be able to engage more freely with the community, the academic organizations, the innovation centers that were here. But what we've seen has far exceeded any of our expectations. I don't think you would find a federal agency anywhere in the United States that has been more welcomed than we have been here in St. Louis. So we're very thrilled about everything that's happened here, and we know all the energy and heart and spirit that has gone into what's happened here. So again, on behalf of the 3,800 NGA employees here in the St. Louis region, thank you for all that you've done.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. Welcome to all of those of you who are here for the first time in St. Louis and on the St. Louis University campus, and welcome back to those of you who are returning. St. Louis University is delighted to continue this partnership and to host this very important event where we had over 1,000 people register this year. As Bill said, this is growing quite nicely here. We're delighted in St. Louis to have the NGA. We're delighted in St. Louis to be the home of the founding of the Taylor Geospatial Institute and this partnership, which you see here on this stage. As you know, the future of the advancement of knowledge comes through collaboration, working closely together. And we're seeing a new model with the National Geospatial Agency of engagement, which had not taken place previously when there was a greater focus on security. And certainly through the Taylor Geospatial Agency, Taylor Geospatial Institute, we are focusing on those partnerships and that collaboration across research organizations. And what you see here in this room are people from the academy, people from government, people from industry, all working and collaborating together to solve these essential problems. As you saw last night in City Park, that beautiful new venue, here in Midtown where you sit today, all the development going around, St. Louis is a city that is moving forward. And this is an area in which we have put a stake in the ground. So thank you for joining us again this year, and welcome to those of you who are new.
All right, let's dive in. And I want to start with talking about technology because we see it so much in the headlines, all the changes that we've had just in recent years. So I'd like to hear from each of you how your organizations adapt to these changes, especially when we're talking about technology like artificial intelligence. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I'll start. So artificial intelligence is, I think, a no-brainer. It's changing everything, right? I was at an event earlier this week in the Geospatial Week where somebody mentioned that 90% of the data ever created was created in the last 2 years, and it just keeps continuing. So that's why we need AI, and we are increasingly now able to connect any type of information to location. That's why geospatial is literally becoming everywhere. So my conclusion when I look, for example, just at the Taylor Geospatial Institute network of, academic research and industry partners is that everybody's doing something with AI in technology and experimentation with data. And it becomes very clear to me that then the key, right, is, as Dr. Pastil said it very eloquently, the partnership and the collaboration, that we cannot do this alone. When we're talking about the Earth and foundation models for the Earth, we have to collaborate. And, shamelessly here, I believe when you talk about the role of the Taylor Geospatial Institute, it's designed for collaboration. So collaboration can happen because we're all here at an event, and then we end up collaborating afterwards. The Taylor Geospatial Institute is designed to sustain collaboration, to actually deliberately find the right collaborators to build projects multi-institution, multi-organization, multi-discipline. So, and I think you'll see more and more in that in the roles of organizations, that we exist to connect and facilitate and catalyze, and what I call spark. Does that help?
It does, and it leads us into the Geo AI Center of Excellence. So we might as well talk about that while you're speaking of that and what that's going to entail.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It becomes a matter of there's so much energy around geospatial. There's so much energy here in St. Louis around geospatial. and a lot of interest. Again, a uniqueness of everybody coming together. And then your problem, which is a good problem, is which challenge we're going to start to face first or address first. And we narrowed it down to two. One of them is geospatial innovation for food security, and the other one is the GeoAI. And interestingly and obviously, they're very, very connected. So we're saying everybody's doing GeoAI. Let's put together a center of excellence for GeoAI where it becomes a platform that people can come to and understand what's going on across. Because GeoAI, people are using it in transportation and digital twins and agriculture and even space and weather and underground utilities. I mean, there's like urban planning. So it's one place for the common base of the technology, common research infrastructure that is open, that researchers can use to build their models. And it's collaborative infrastructure, so they can actually collaborate on these models and build on top of each other. And that's what we're launching right now. So I would encourage anybody who's interested or who has ideas that they want to bring to us where this collective energy can actually accelerate some of that innovation. I'm all ears. So I'm here to listen to.
Bill, let's talk about you and the NGA and technology. I'm sure it has changed your mission over recent years.
The exponential growth in the amount of geospatial intelligence and related data has really demands that we embrace innovation and automation just to deal with this deluge of data. We've been looking at computer vision and machine learning for decades. We have made some important inroads. But when we look forward, there's about 300 to 500% increase in data coming in the next decade. And our ability to deal with that is a great challenge for us. If you look on the strategic landscape, so are other countries looking to do that. The challenge for us is to get there first. We have two programs that are kind of our flagship programs. One is Project Maven. That transferred to us from the program that transferred from us as a project about 2 years ago. It is now a program of record for us that focuses on battlefield awareness. The second program for us is Aspen. That is more on analytical workflow. Both have made tremendous strides for us. More recently, we have launched 3 programs. One is towards the accreditation of models, and that's called the A-Game. And then there's another one that looks at the ethical side of AI and how we accredit individuals who are dealing with that, and the practitioners. And then more recently, within the last week, we did launch a request for proposal for a labeling contract that will be the largest contract in DoD with regards to labeling. That can go up to $700 million. So the great challenge for us is to do this labeling operation and to continue to enhance our operations with battlefield awareness and the workflow of dealing with all this deluge of data. So our goal is, as I mentioned earlier, is to get there first.
Dr. Pistello, you have a unique challenge in that you are not only supporting the research community, but you're training up the next generation of individuals that will come into this. So how do you deal with those unique challenges when you're looking at emerging technologies?
Yeah, very good question. Within the academy, so we are, through science, doing what I'll call basic science to advance things which advance AI, computing power, development of refined sensors. So there's that component and bringing students in to train them to be scientists moving forward. Then there's the application. So what are the problems that we are trying to address, from climate to human trafficking? So how can we apply these things? But then particularly with AI now, questions are being raised, and within the academy we are exploring them, and particularly in our case, a Catholic Jesuit institution. What does it mean to be human in the age of AI? So much of what we, thank you. One person is in favor of that. God bless you. But seriously, I mean, we depend on our identity, our view of ourselves, our view of ourselves in the world to be able to function. And we think that as humans, so much is within our domain exclusively. That's really being seriously challenged, in addition to the ethical question. So we, particularly through the philosophers, the theologians, and so forth, are grappling with what does it mean to be human in this day and age when machines can do so much that previously we considered our domain, when they can write a beautiful sonnet, a beautiful poem, a magnificent novel, a wonderful and how then ethically do we engage with that? When we engage in it in putting a product forward, how much of it is us now? How much of it is a machine? Where does credit go? So in the academy, we are dealing with the entire range of this and training our students on what we think is cutting edge knowledge across these fronts, from the basic science to the implications for human beings and human life moving forward.
I want to talk about the student component because I understand that we have a number of individuals here today that you are making this your main focus, or you're somehow connected to geospatial research. So, for all of us, how do we train up this workforce in St. Louis when it comes to answering those kind of questions, and even just some of the day-to-day challenges of, how do we navigate this geospatial realm?
Yeah, that's absolutely critical for any college or university, and we take it very seriously. We generate knowledge, we transmit knowledge, inform young people, we apply knowledge, but that key part, taking in young people, the future leaders, the future workforce, is absolutely essential. So that means having the right faculty and support staff who can invest in those young people and prepare them, certainly intellectually and cognitively, but also in terms of their entire development, so that they are prepared for what they will face in life and work post-graduation. So it's being able to take those young people in, provide them with those skills, and then and resiliency and everything they need moving forward. Work with employers, and the academy increasingly is partnering with industry and to some extent government, so that we know what those employers, potential employers, need, and making sure that our students are prepared to go in there. Experiential learning is absolutely critical. You're seeing more and more of it within the academy.
So I'm going to turn to the NGA now, because amazingly, you've got a big, huge facility, and you may need some workers once that opens, right? So how do we develop the workforce for you?
Well, I think we first start by, if you enjoy working in this field and want to serve your country, we want you to think of NGA as your prime place of work. We hire across the spectrum. I hate to limit to say we're really just looking for STEM people, we're really just looking for technologists. We certainly are, but we do hire across the whole spectrum of work roles to come to work for us. So we're looking for problem solvers, people that are comfortable dealing with large amounts of data. Current generation of students are more technologically savvy than, say, I was 47 years ago when I started in the business. So we're comfortable with people who want to serve their country, want to work in the geospatial field, and have a passion for a mission. That's who we're looking for. And I think we've had no trouble filling our positions here in St. Louis. I do want to say we're always hiring. IntelligenceCareers.gov is the place to go, and we'll have people here later that can talk to more people about it. But we're comfortable with the current stock of people that are coming our way. STEM-oriented people certainly have a place with us, but I just hate to limit it to smaller groups.
So let's talk about how St. Louis is becoming really a powerhouse for geospatial science and technology and applications. When I look around the country and I look for other stories happening, it seems that there's so much more coming out of St. Louis and such a bigger collaboration. So how do we maintain that momentum? And I'll start with you on that.
Yeah, I think my answer to this question is similar to even the workforce. I think part of our job and our responsibility is to inspire people to just join us, because I believe as soon as you inspire them and they come see they'll see the truth, and the rest is up to them, right? We just need to draw them to the magic that's geospatial in a place like St. Louis. I think, speaking of inspiration, I think today we have an amazing story that is the dream, right, of geospatial in St. Louis and all the elements inside of it, right? So the NGA created that spark. You've seen the universities start to create geospatial programs, and we've seen the birth of the Taylor Geospatial Institute. So this is, again, part of the GeoFutures roadmap. And to me, like from the Institute, we're creating ideas, we're hopefully, sparking a little innovation and some startups and collaborations with industry, which I think is also critical for workforce training. So to me, it's like a domino effect, right? And right now, we're starting at the beginning of the domino, and as soon as we start to hit, everything goes into place. The sustaining that, right? This is random. I think what's different in St. Louis is that it's actually coordinated at the highest level. That's the beauty of having a body like Greater St. Louis Inc., who's actually trying to pull all these pieces together so that we have, I keep saying, an actual workflow across our organizations, and not you have 10 different organizations. Some do research, and some do startups, and some do incubations. And just by having them here, you create success. Yes, it's the ingredient, but I think the difference is we're coordinating this roadmap and investing in just the right places and just the right people and the projects.
It strikes me as very intentional.
Intentional.
What's happening here in St. Louis. I want to get into some of the things that I have found so fun and fascinating about doing these stories. For example, talking to researchers about how they're tracking wildlife in Forest Park. I just had the opportunity to interview the lead scientist for Esri about how she took geospatial technology to the very depths of the ocean. It's all so incredibly fascinating, and when I talk with people about it, they're so excited to tell me about it. So I'd love to hear from each of you, maybe a concrete example of some of the fascinating work that's happening here in St. Louis.
I can start, but this is a very difficult question. Again, please check out the student posters, and this is just a sample of the amazing stuff that's happening. But what resonated with me is actually not one example, it's how many examples create a story that's not available anywhere else. And to me, it was the story of tracking carbon in the atmosphere, right? And then you meet researchers who are tracking carbon from trees, by the way, using AI, tracking carbon under the ground, so in the soil. There are researchers in the TGI consortium tracking carbon from mangroves, again, under the water. And to me, then, the magic, the exciting part is that you get to put all these pieces together, and perhaps, right, the carbon tracking for the whole globe can start from here because we have all these pieces. Back to intentional. Then somebody has to intentionally put the pieces of the puzzle together. That's what I find amazing.
We are a worldwide organization, agency. But there are certain missions that are exclusively done here in St. Louis, and they are very exciting. The mission that brought us here to St. Louis in 1943 is still done here today, and that is the Aeronautical Mapping and Charting Mission. That mission brought us here. It's still done by a few hundred people here, and it's done exclusively here. They prepare the maps and charts for all DoD aircraft, monitoring 50,000 airfields around the world and producing these maps and charts on a cycle of every 28 days. So there isn't a DoD aircraft that doesn't launch that doesn't have their products in them. In addition, we do the geomatics mission here. And geomatics is the study of the shape and size of the measurements of the Earth. And critical to that is determining things like where is the center of the Earth, which is critical to driving GPS that all of us use each and every day. And a lot of that work is done by the scientists and the practitioners that are here in St. Louis. That mission is so exciting. In addition, we do all our surveying from St. Louis. We do an awful lot of missions that are exclusive here. But from a geospatial side, the geomatics mission, the aeronautical mission, as well as some very specific niched analytical pieces that are done here, are all very, very exciting. But I'm drawn to the geomatics because I came here not knowing a lot about it, but I have certainly attempted to dig more and more into it. I think more people who learn geomatics and learn about it will get excited about it as well.
Like my colleagues here, I'll give you just a few brief examples that give you an idea of just how St. Louis University is engaged in this among our faculty across a range of issues. So on the one hand, we have a computer scientist, and what she is looking at using geospatial analysis is human traffic. By looking at where these people who are being trafficked, how they're being transported, where, what hotels, motels are being used, to help law enforcement, help us better understand that real problem and tragedy. You have that. And we're also tracking, as we experience climate change, dramatic weather events, where those events are taking place, how they are moving, and helping those who are deployed to those areas know when to go in with what to have the maximum positive benefit of the residents who are being impacted by it. So just this morning you turn on the TV, you see the hurricane coming up in the Gulf, you see the wildfires in California. How do you track that? How do you know when it's moving? When do you know when to send in what for support? We're working on that. And then finally, as we all know, with climate change, agriculture is being impacted rather severely, and focusing now more on little microclimates. How do you analyze what does and does not grow where? How that is changing with changing weather patterns, what to plant, what not to plant, when to plant. So very much into agricultural analysis. Those are three examples of critical issues that we specifically are involved in here, and I know that other universities are quite similar.
I know we're about to come to the end of our time, so I want to wrap us all up. I'll ask you each the same question, and I hope that it will spark everyone to think about how I can step into a gap that there might be or an opportunity that there might be in geospatial. So we'll start with you. What do you see as the gaps and the opportunities that you are looking for the individuals in this room to fill in the next decade?
Yeah, so I think it's just greater collaboration. So much is changing so fast. Knowledge accumulation, data, accelerating. I've heard Dr. Alame talk about all the data that's out there. How do we get more people to be more sophisticated in using what's available and knowing where we need to focus to solve the most critical problems that humankind is and will face? It's got to be through collaboration. None of us can do it alone in any sector. And so that's the beauty of what we're seeing here today.
Well, in the years since we've made the decision to relocate and build our new campus here, we have come out behind what was some restrictions we had placed on ourselves about dealing with the communities and dealing with academia. So we've made strides in that way. We still have a way to go. We are open to all sorts of ideas in ways we were not before, and to collaboration in ways we weren't. We still have to look for ways to overcome how we deal with some innovation and how we bring those innovators into us and how we welcome them into what we're doing. So that's probably the challenge. There are great ideas out there. I think people just have to know we're open to hear them when it comes to geospatial.
I think I'll close with the opportunity that's here, because it's back to the deliberate, intentional collaboration. The opportunity for anybody in this room and your friends is that we can think big, because you know you're not alone, right? We have the resources across all the organizations, and I'm talking about high-performance computing. I'm talking about quantum computing. I'm talking about chips and sensors even on space. That's what we can actually do at a large scale, because we said we're going to do this together. So I think there's a huge opportunity here. Think big and share.
And I'm so excited to hear about the modeling that's happening. So thank you all for sharing your insight with us this morning.
Thank you, Megan.
Let's give another round of applause for our moderator and speakers, our leaders. Thank you so much. One of the key words that you heard in their discussion was collaboration, so it always brings to mind that teamwork makes the dream work. So if all these industries, academia, government coming together, collaborating, we can make things happen even more. So thank you for that. This is another friendly reminder, not now, but to check out the student posters when we have our break after the keynote speaker. But now it is time for our morning keynote speaker, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you Bob Petty, Vice President and General Manager of Enterprise Platforms at NVIDIA. So Bob, welcome to Geo-Resolution 2024.
Wow. I don't think I could stand here, so I like to walk. But I'm getting blinded from most of the places that I'm in. So happy to be here. Is this too loud? No? Okay, it just seems loud to me. You may have heard of NVIDIA. We do graphics and we do AI. We used AI on this photo that was up there before to make me look a lot younger, but you can see the actual age. So I want to talk to you today about a few things. I'm trying to cram about 3 hours worth of material into 30 minutes, 35 minutes. You know, at the previous GeoINS and the previous ITSIC shows, I've just talked a lot about doing more faster, but the correct way. And as I started thinking about the work that we do with you know, NGA and with all the other intelligence agencies and the use of geospatial data, we've been involved for years in helping to accelerate so many solutions, from an embedded standpoint in terms of how we acquire data, to the autonomous robots that may be acquiring terrain, or bomb diffusing robots, both in the process of data at the ground station and processing of data, the significant data coming down from satellite to make informed judgments. But they're all fairly, I don't want to say disconnected because that does a disservice to our intelligence agencies, but they're very contiguous. They seem to happen sometimes independently of each other. And to really get the benefit out of AI and out of building a digital twin, we need to make them much more connected, which is why I talked about on the slide the 3 computer problem. So you all have done great things, and we've been honored to be a part of helping with object detection, change detection, things that were mentioned here on stage, leading into some of the more interesting ones that data allows us to focus on in terms of modeling the Earth, building digital twins of the Earth, such that we can take action to protect our citizens, to make informed decisions, to provide information to the warfighter. So it's all been good stuff, but the part that's missing is the integration of all of that. If you take a computer in an autonomous vehicle, you take a computer that's processing mounds and mounds of satellite data. You take a computer that's meant to do AI on that data that has come from a variety of computers and processed and interpreted. What ends up happening is you're missing information, and you're extending the timeline to gain insight. Anytime you decimate a data set, you're forcing information to be left out, maybe under good pretense, right? Maybe because you think that's the right thing to do. But unless these things are tied together and treated as kind of a 3-body problem, not like the TV show 3-Body Problem, where bad shit happens like every other every other time the three planets come close together. But in a way that's a solvable three-body problem. This continuous loop, or this elastic loop, where all three computer systems, all three veins of information are coming together and overlapping, not in a singularity, but overlapping in a way that makes sense. So I want to talk a little bit more about the simulation, more about the insight part. But first, let me just, again, talk about where we've been. So if I take that three-body problem, three-computer problem, you know, the data simplistically, or the chart simplistically, would look a little bit like this. It's not just singular arrows. It's back and forth, and there's no predetermined way where that data should flow. The data flows where it needs to go based on where you want to make the decision. This gets to when you release models. This gets to what's available to a pilot, what's available to the forward operating base, in the speed at which you can deliver the most insightful information. So from that processing standpoint, this is not a sales conference. We do plenty of stuff that will help all of you as developers and students and the like to do things faster. When you get speed ups of 50x, I'm not going to go through these. Using accelerating computing makes stuff run faster, fantastic. When you can go from hours and days to process all that data that's coming down to minutes and sub-minutes that's in existence at the agencies now, that's great. But so what? So now we've got all this data and we processed it in a minute and a half versus days. So what? It's data. And maybe it's tagged. Maybe it's automated in the way we've tagged it. But it's not necessarily providing insights. It's not necessarily being presented in the context that the human brain can easily understand. We understand things through our eyes and our ears. And so it gets back to this three-computer problem. How do I feed all this data in a way that they're constantly informing each other? And spend a little bit of time on simulation. One of the ways you look at this process data and understand if not just how things are working, but the way they should work or the way they could work is by simulating it, building a digital twin. Building a digital twin of this stage and of how people walk up and down on it, building a digital twin of the Earth. We've got products for that, other people have products for that. But the important thing is you're not just building a digital twin, you're building an interactive digital twin, one that can be queried. And queried with human questions, but queried by something like an AI to glean information from it. So we have plenty of examples where people have taken Omniverse in this audience to build digital twins. And I just want to go through a few of those. But let me start with, digital twins aren't anything new. There's a digital twin of this thingy, twin of this microphone. We had a meeting with Space Force, and they started the meeting off, this may be a slight exaggeration, they started the meeting off was, we want you to build a digital twin of the galaxy. It took a while to stop laughing, but we'll get there. We will get there, but it's only because it's going to be this iterative cycle, this partnership, not just with Space Force, but with all the agencies and with academia, that helps us get there. And you get there by doing what we normally do, build an object. Where do you make those objects? In factories. Build a digital twin of the factory. Where do those factories exist? In cities or in counties. Build a digital twin of that. Build a digital twin of the state. And you can see the pattern. And the more that we inform those digital twins at every stage of all the sensors, whether they're radar sensors in a car or a plane, whether they're street cameras, whether they're manufacturing sensors in terms of health and safety regulations. All of those make all those digital twins better. If you're introducing new technology and you have a working model of a digital twin, you can test out new processes. And this is where AI can play a huge role, because you can test out so many things that we wouldn't necessarily ask the questions to. And I'll get to that in a second. But we have a few good examples. This is both a chance for me to drink some water and a chance to talk about some great examples we have with partners. So that was some great work by Cesium, now part of Bentley Systems. Congrats again, Patrick. A few examples in there, but you'll notice they were all point examples. A point example of a spaceport, a point example of figuring out where inundation might happen in a flood. But that's where you start. That's where you start. That's why, trying to start with ChatGPT and asking it to build a accurate digital twin of the Earth, of the galaxy, is not the way to go. None of us in this room know what the galaxy really looks like. So how is ChatGPT going to do it? Because that's where it comes from. But it's going to be an iterative process, and it can be as small-scaled as Lockheed using this to figure out how to fight wildfires in California. And this is an example of a much, obviously, smaller scale digital twin of the terrain, but an application of information that enabled them to put out the wildfires in a much faster way with data that's saved in an AI that's going to then be able to help prevent wildfires and put those out when they do happen in a much faster way. All of that data is accumulated. That AI is getting smarter, right? So yes, extremely important to understand the terrain, and the terrain as it exists today. Satellite data is becoming more and more prolific, but so are drones. So are airplanes with cameras. So are cars with cameras. Anybody driving a Tesla, the number of computers you have in that car, almost is equal to NSA. So, not quite, although the NSA is probably in the car. I'm just kidding. Really. One of the things you'll notice here in this diagram, they're trying to predict behavior. And if you think about what happens in a wildfire, I just flew from Vegas at a show. You couldn't see the ground. So imagine if you're trying to get real-time updates from satellite. You can't see the ground. The amount of smoke that is there, right? Weather that's there. So it's really important to be looking at other avenues. This can include HUMINT, with people taking pictures, people flying drones, and in a coordinated way. Again, just another affirmation that the digital twin has to have many, many inputs in order for it to be used in a correct way. So that's from the digital twin side of scale that's building to an Earth. A couple other examples of digital twins, I'll call them object or geospatial acquisition systems, whether it's underwater, in the case of MITRE, whether it's above water in the case of ARL. These things are not just used to do things that help us save human lives. That's a great thing, but they're also used to acquire data that can be used to train an AI, data that can be used to improve the model of the area of the world that we know. And so you combine the processing that should happen here, or in a plane, or in a car, or in a submarine. You feed that back into digital twins, first at small scale, and then large scale. And then you can take on the challenge of building a digital twin of the Earth. One of our CEO's, Jensen Huang's, big projects is Earth 2. We are currently working on a digital twin of the Earth. And we don't have all the satellite data that some of the people in the room have access to, Todd. But we have a lot of data. And we fill in the gaps as much as we can. And we open source it so that other people can fill in the gaps. And at a minimum, it provides a way to build a fairly accurate view of the world that's intended to develop over years. I remember laughing, was it 2007, Google Street View? It's like, yeah, right, these guys are gonna drive cars all over the world. They're gonna have a picture of every house on every street. Who the heck is gonna do that, right? Well, they did, and so many other companies did. All that data feeds into a model. And that's the intent with digital Earth 2, is with the help of the community to build an accurate model for our first responders to avoid natural disasters. But the real purpose of a digital twin isn't just to visualize what's going on. It's to simulate what's going to happen down the road. We see the world that we live in. We got smart people, but we want to give it things that challenge it. Our view of the digital twin and the digital Earth and the virtual world in general is not that it's meant to be lived in. It's not like a game or that your kids might play and taking on a new avatar. We use the virtual world to improve the physical world. And certainly visualizing that is important, but operating on that virtual world is the most important piece. And this is why the digital twin is actually the simulator for AI. It's one of the truest simulators of AI. No matter the modality, you think it's just imaging modality. It's not. You think of all the information that's transmitted around the world, voice, text, images, videos. All of those are part of a digital twin. So just a little view. There should be audio.
Climate scientists.
Oh, there we go.
Using NVIDIA Omniverse Cloud, we can look at an icon simulation of any part of the world at a resolution of 1.25 kilometer. Here, you can see the detail in the clouds over Taiwan. Or thunderstorms over Africa that form as the sun rises and its light strikes the clouds in that area. Typical simulations today are done at 25 kilometer resolution and simply can't show these details. Observing the climate in high resolution at a global scale is a powerful tool, but it's also important to be able to show the impacts to specific regions, or even to specific areas of a city. Here's a simulation of Ernst Reuter Platz in Berlin, where we can see how the size and location of buildings impact airflows, based on data from Palm and volumetric data from ICON. This simulation power gives architects and city planners insights into how they can design and build smarter, more sustainable cities, while letting climate scientists gain a deeper understanding of our changing world.
Those are the two starships that are at campus and NVIDIA. So Digital 2 exists, Earth 2 exists. Let me go back one, sorry. Earth 2 exists. I'd encourage you, if you haven't play with it, It's a very powerful tool, but it's meant for you to put your data in. It's meant to be a playground for you. We will eventually use it in working with the government to make it maybe a more producible product, not from us, but from the agencies. And you might be thinking, okay, I get how to make a digital twin of this. It's a CAD drawing, it's whatever. I get how to test it because I can test electronics and I can test interference in the room. From a factory, everything that's built in a factory has CAD plans and construction plans. Earth, we can take satellite views. It is not as labor intensive as you might think. And it's not solely going to be done based on government satellites. We have to get to the point where if we're really going to understand the Earth, then we're going to get the latest knowledge, the most accurate knowledge, not at kilometer scale, but at the scale that we need to operate on. And this is just an example of how we can use graphics technology along with AI to scan an area from a satellite area of interest, train a nerf to extract the terrain, to identify the objects, to polygonalize those, to convert them into tiles that then can be interacted with in a way that we need to. I just want to play this one more time because it's really freaking cool. Simple consumer drone, I would have flown mine into that tree in a pattern, could be satellite as well, doing the feature extraction, using AI to understand what those features are, building up a surface, identifying what those features are based on accessing a AI model, and converting it to something that you can then use. Whether it's an escape path, whether it's what might happen if we put a building up here, where lines of sight are. There are tools that are out there to help us build better digital twins. It's not just about delivering maps. The Earth is not flat. It is 3D. And the terrain we typically see as 3D, but there are objects in that terrain that are incredibly important that you can only understand in 3D. You can only understand their impact in a mission if you know the impact in that 3D space of how the sun hits them, what view they block, where your line of sight is. So again, the three computer problem, I acquire data, I do as much as I can to understand that, I simulate that data, I use the digital twin not just to help me understand, but to test my AIs. And then I develop AIs to see how they work. And a lot of this is happening outside of the geospatial space, but I've heard a couple of examples this morning at breakfast where it is happening in the AI space, not just in the development of geospatial models. I would encourage you all to think about the amount of data the data that you get when you start building these AI agents. It's easy to think of building an AI agent that helps you answer a question if you're doing customer service. That's easy. And it'll improve all our lives, right? You get an answer in a millisecond versus 30 seconds after being placed on hold and saying every curse word in the book. That's a good thing. The data that you provide needs to be multiple source. You do your normal data curation. The models that you give to it don't have to be one model. The models should be multimodal models, but they also can be single modal models. And more importantly, the workflow should have all those models together. They should understand voice to text, or text to image, or video to object. And so you'll see a large rise of VLMs, video language models, from us, because in the geospatial world, that's one of the most important things. While things like ChatGPT and the like can understand and do image detection, models that are specifically trained with vision, more vision modalities than more generic modalities, are going to be more accurate. So I would ask for your help. I'm not a sales guy, I'm a product guy. So I don't want to sell you shit. I want to help. I've been in this space for 4 decades. Deploying AI is about the right data in. That seems obvious, right? The part that, I know Robert knows this because his opening line was about multimodality. Look at multimodality, not just within the language model that you're using, but the number of models that you're using. Make them adversaries. Make these models adversaries where one of them tries to beat the other. And the way that we at NVIDIA are trying to make it easier to use these, whether you're trying to identify objects, run a simulation of the world, is with the blueprint, right, with a workflow. This gets back to that three-computer problem. It's not about what the image looks like. It's not about how fast I acquire it and I identify change detection. It's about all the things that I could do if I'm operating on the same data or the same allowable data set. You may not think that cell phone, package delivery, satellite data, and UMINT can do something wonderful, but we all know that they did something really wonderful a decade ago by fusing that data, and AI is no different. AI is no different. Give it the data it needs to fuse those things together, and blueprints are a way to help you do that. So, simple model, you guys are well familiar with change detection. Applying AI to the change detection, we have CV to do change detection. I can not only process it faster, I can process it and segment it at the same time, 300 times faster. So if I'm not just looking at what pixels have changed, I'm also looking at what the objects are in the piece of imagery that those pixels are identifying. I'm not saying I notice a change and I'm handing it off to somebody else to figure out what that change is, and that change, the person identifying that says, that looks like a mound of dirt. Oh, that makes sense. Some country overseas is building a building. The mound of dirt is more like factory scale dirt that doesn't make sense in building a small apartment complex. Then you start noting, and it makes associations as it begins to tag other data. The more data you give to it, the more you see that where they were digging is nowhere remotely close to what was really going on in the world. So chaining these AIs together, the change net, the identification, the segmentation, and then asking it, what could that mean? That workflow, and you said this morning, when do I get to the point where I can say, okay, so what do I do? It's chaining each of those AIs. So encourage you to look at this. We value your feedback on how we improve these. It's on build.nvidia.com. Plenty of examples to start with, both from an imagery standpoint, from a language standpoint, multimodality standpoint. You'll see a lot of things there from a visual language model. You can get Earth 2 there. We just want to help. We honestly do. And both build better tools, but help us understand the world. And yeah, is it a bit selfish? Of course, we're a for-profit corporation. But we're building self-driving car platforms. It's probably the toughest problem in the world. You think about the number of sensors and the different types of sensors on those cars. And not one computer, not one large language model, but multiple computers in that car, making decisions that optimize your route to work, optimize the avoidance of accidents, but like humans, are going to be faced with tough choices. And hence the need for the guardrails. You don't want the AI deciding who lives and who dies. You want to give control back to the human. And unfortunately, they might have to live with the results of that. But the important thing in here is that you give them enough information. You make them aware ahead of time. If they're frozen, if they're drunk, the AI will make the best decision it can. It may not just always be the right thing. So we'd love to work with you on autonomous driving, but just take that up a notch. Take it up to drones, satellites. Take it up to the way we work in terms of chaining these things together so you can see the decisions you make in tagging that geospatial data, decimating it to make it understandable or reducing it to a part of the world, limiting the AI or the other signals that you collect for that part of the world might end up with a bad decision. I'm not saying give it everything on Earth. You can't give it everything on Earth, but when we are working on space first, we will give it every satellite trajectory on Earth. We will give it history of comments and things that we know about, and we will make predictions about when we have to send Bruce Willis up with a drill to save us. So I will leave it at there because I believe this thing is blinking at me. I've got ADD, so it's starting to bother me. We're on a panel later on digital twins, but the tools are there. The interest is there that I've never seen before. And just know that a lot of smart people are here to work on these challenges. The gold mine is the data, which is why, for me, GeoInt and Geospatial are two of the most important conferences I can be at, because that's kind of where the rubber hits the road. So thank you for the invite. Appreciate it, and look forward to doing great things with you. Oh, yeah. Shoot, I was supposed to leave time for questions.
No, it's okay. You have too many questions, and I think some of them you can actually answer in the digital twin panel. So maybe we'll pick the one about which industries you see most impacted by this technology that you're presenting.
Good question. So it certainly impacts every industry. I think I'll give you the ones that we're working with the most, and that's manufacturing. How do I produce my object faster, safer? How do I get information from it? How do I avoid mistakes in design? How do I avoid constant feedback loop with sensors in the things that I'm building? And then the car is a perfect example. How do I test it? I said this earlier, we throw everything at this car, this autonomous car. There are T-Rexes charging across the road. There's families parachuting in from above. We throw everything at the car. And so you've heard about some accidents. Those are like level 1, level 2 autonomous operations. Level 5 is where we sit in the back seat and you let the car drive. That will be a while. But we will test it with every possible scenario, every weird scenario that couldn't even ever happen, just so it gets in his mind, or her mind, the computer, that it's going to have to make tough decisions. tough decisions. And talking to someone about this, the human brain is still the smartest computer on the planet, but there are things that affect the human brain. If you have ADD like me, you know, shiny cat walks by and I forget what I was talking about. That's why Uber everywhere. Those computers don't have those challenges, and those computers are talking well enough to each other. So manufacturing is one of the biggest ones. Healthcare is the other. Very important for me is healthcare. How do we eliminate cancer? How do we detect things early enough? How do we avoid women getting scans and scans and scans that affect them later and later in life? AI can be very useful at that. Not so much the digital twin. The digital twin of the body can be very useful to train surgeons, to train robots, to extract just the right amount at a scale that the steadiest of humans' hands can't do. Well, healthcare is a big one, retail, and then I think the one that has the biggest impact to humanity should be public sector. Should be, and I don't mean just the DoD part of it or the intel part of it. I mean wildfires and floods and cost-effective living and producing energy and all those decisions that, you know, sometimes they're made because of money. I bought that land, let's do something with it, right? So public sector is, you know, those four are probably our biggest.
Sake of time, we'll thank Bob for the keynote and thank you for your questions and save them for the panel.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, some of you are getting up already. Yes, this is break time. And during this break, check out the posters, the student posters, to vote for the audience favorite. In the poster section, go to the homepage of the conference app and click on the academic poster session button. This will take you to the list of posters and the voting form. There are beverage stations in the back of the room on both sides, and we'll meet back here at 10:05. Enjoy your break.
The conference will resume in 5 minutes.
I know all of you are having a good time talking to one another, but we need to move ahead with our agenda for this morning. I would ask you if you enjoyed your break, but I think you did by the sound in the room, and I hope those of you watching virtually enjoyed your break as well. Now, before we get started with our first panel, I want to remind you that you can submit questions to the panelists by using the conference app. This is how you do it. Click on the agenda icon, then select the panel you would like to submit a question to. Then at the top of the page, click Q&A. It's that simple. So our first panel discussion is on digital twins, geospatial approaches to modeling in real time. I'm glad Bob explained digital twinning and it's how it can be applied, because I was probably the only one in the room who did not know what it was. So we'll hear more about it now. Our moderator for this panel is Jen Marcus, who is Executive Director of the Taylor Geospatial Engine. And joining her are speakers Gaston de Figueroa, Vice President of Product Management for Black Shark AI, Todd Johansson, founder of Geo Group for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, Dr. K. John Ranson, Associate Program Manager for Advanced Information Systems Technology at the Earth Science Technology Office at NASA, and Dr. Grace Yan, Assistant Professor, Civil Architectural and Environmental Engineering at the Missouri University of Science and Technology. Please welcome our moderator and panelists.
Thank you. You go, please.
Everyone's very shy about getting up here.
Sure is bright.
Yes. Right. Bob was right.
It's bright.
Yes.
Good morning. Thanks for being here with us. I'm Jen Marcus. I'm the Executive Director of the Taylor Geospatial Engine, and I am thrilled to be here up on stage with these wonderful people. We're going to talk about digital twins, and my intention with this discussion is that we get a better understanding of not only what is a digital twin, but what is the technology behind it, how is it used, and what's the reality? Where are we with that? And the reason I come for that is we see a lot of pictures and videos and talks that show us the state of the art, and I always like to go one step behind the scenes there and find out what's really making that. What are the challenges behind it, and what do we need to do as a community to help push those technologies forward to really realize the promise? So, to get started, I'd like for each of the panelists to introduce themselves. Todd, you want to start?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Todd Johansson, and I'm the Director of the Foundation Geo-Int Group at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So Foundation Geo-Int is comprised of data, products, and services that describe the physical and cultural characteristics from the center of the Earth to the space domain. This is a wide-ranging type of data that includes topography, geography, geodesy, maritime, and aeronautical safety of navigation. We do this for the entire community, so the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, and our civil agencies such as the Federal Aviation Administration. This also includes work with our international partners. All our geospatial products and services that we produce or enable allow the Department of Defense to accomplish worldwide missions with precision and accuracy and safety and mission first.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Gaston de Figueroa. Don't worry about that. I answer to anything in the neighborhood. G is fine. And I am the head of product and engineering for geospatial intelligence for Black Shark AI. If you haven't heard of Black Shark AI, that's okay. We're a small company. We work on primarily 4 big problems. The first one is how to train AI to extract features at scale. And by scale, I mean planet-wide. The second is how to build workflows that allow all of those features to be coordinated and seamlessly brought together in a coherent data set. The third problem is understanding what has changed between one collection of data and another. So again, AI applied to change detection. And the fourth problem that we solved as a company is how to represent those objects that were detected in an ontology that, again, that has a graphical 3D representation. So the way I tell the story is we go from pixels to vectors, from vectors to other kinds of pixels. And our claim to fame is if you've seen or played Microsoft's award-winning Flight Simulator 2020, that's our technology inside the game that reproduces buildings around the planet. So we are today used by civilian and defense agencies, both in the United States and abroad, in different capacities, but we also work very closely with different industries where geospatial is a primary consideration. And I'll fully confess in front of everybody, I'm not a traditional geospatial guy. I'm the accidental geospatial guy. My background is engineering and computer science. When I started at Black Shark, I thought WGS 84 was a surfing contest. So I've made some progress. Nice to meet you all.
John?
Good morning. I'm John Ranson from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland, and also working most of the time now with the NASA headquarters Earth Science Technology Office, and I'm here on their behalf, and I'm part of the Advanced Information Science Technology program. They're changing the name and they're replacing the information with intelligence, so I'm a little confused yet. But anyway, the important part about this is that this is where, for Earth science, the technology that advances the use of satellite data and information into a form that can actually answer actionable questions. So we can get actionable data for Earth science, which of course is very important in all of the examples that our NVIDIA speaker discussed and shown. And one thing that we want to point out is that digital twins is not a buzzword. It's something very, as you saw, very solid, very real, and has a tremendous future to it. So what I hope to do is share information with the panelists and the audience, of course, on how NASA is using digital twins and how we're developing some demonstration cases of an end-to-end digital twin that uses new observing systems with satellite and in-situ data in a collaborative framework with other folks, and able to do the what if. So we can do the what now, the what next, and the what if part of the digital twin, which is what a digital twin is. So thank you.
Thank you. Grace?
I have a slide. Is it up? Ladies and gentlemen, did you realize, sorry, my slide is up, yeah. Did you realize you are woken up at midnight by tornado warning more often in recent years than previous years? Did you realize you are hearing news about hurricanes and storm surge in coastal regions more often in recent years than previous years? Probably you did. And this is the world we are living in, with increasing disasters. Indeed, we may not be able to prevent natural hazards from happening, but maybe we will be able to do something to reduce the impact of the hazards and preventing natural hazards from becoming a disaster. And so actually in different fields, people have already proposed many hazard mitigation and climate adaptation strategies. But stakeholders hesitate to implement them. One reason is they may not be able to understand how effective a strategy is. And the other thing is, even though they understand they are effective, they want to have a tool to compare these strategies to see which one is the best in terms of effectiveness and cost. And this motivated us, Missouri S&T, to develop the digital twin for disaster resilience. To build this digital twin, we need 5 layers of data. The first layer, that is a location, terrain, and land cover. The second layer, that is information of a building inventory. And next layer, infrastructure inventory. And next layer, hazard model. And then real-world field measurement. And then the hazard model can project future natural hazards in terms of currency and intensity. And also can project the impact of natural hazards on the built environment and our society. So this way, stakeholders can see how significant the loss can be if they don't take any climate actions. And then they can try different hazard mitigation strategies using this tool. If they improve the building code, that is to change the layer of building information. If they want to build seawall, that is change of infrastructure information. And then the digital twin can rerun to see whether this strategy is effective or not. In summary, this digital twin allows the stakeholders to run what-if analysis and to compare different hazard mitigation and climate strategies. And so this way, they can make risk-informed, evidence-based decision-making on climate action taken. Thank you. My name is Grace from Missouri S&T, a professor.
Thank you. So as you've heard from the panelists, we have NGA, NASA, Black Shark, Missouri S&T. So we've got 2 representatives from our government, from the federal defense and intelligence side and the federal civilian side with NASA, looking at making data actionable, making data for safety of NAV and for national security. Gaston, gotta get my French accent, G, mentioned the flight simulator. Grace mentioned natural disasters. Digital twins being an element of all of those solutions. What I'd like to talk about is, in your organizations, what goes into creating a digital twin? I think we all have a sense of what it is, and we all think we could do some digital twinning, but I think there's some complexity that we could talk about in terms of what makes a digital twin in your organization. Todd, would you mind starting us off?
Sure, happy to start you off. And actually, if you have my chart handy, if you could throw that up while I quickly describe what we are embarking on. So again, as I mentioned in my introduction, we are responsible for all the mapping, charting, and geodesy for the Defense Department. And that all starts with our geomatics. So you heard G mention WGS-84. WGS-84 comes out of our organization. And in fact, if you used a phone to get to this place today, you would not have arrived correctly without the WGS-84 and all the work that our scientists do to make that happen. So it is very important for us, in order to deliver on that precision and accuracy for the Defense Department, that we start off with a very accurate 3-dimensional base layer, which again is something that our geomatics team is busy working on, rendering the globe in such a scale and resolution that we can then pile on or extract features from that in order to build out the topography, the geography, and the maritime and aeronautical safety and navigation. So that is not my chart, but it'll do. I'm Todd Johannesson. I'm the one with the NGA chart. So anyways, so bringing that all together into one area where any user, again, depending on where they are in the government or even in academia or anywhere that needs to extract information, can get to it by either building their own APIs or SDKs or using the viewer or the consumer platform of their choice. So again, that is what we're embarking on. We've already started the work to build out that 3D geomatics base layer, and we hope to have a good worldwide coverage by the end of next calendar year as a good starting point.
Excellent. I think that's your slide, John.
It is my slide.
So let's turn it over to you.
You did a great job.
Now they're going to bring up my slides so that you can.
Good. So I really had an opportunity to look at this slide for a long time. But I think what we're trying to do at NASA, of course, is to advance the technology, advance the science and the technology. And for digital twins, this graphic just basically shows the components in terms of what they do. You know, we have a model which shows the state of an Earth system at a particular time, and we're able to do, well, what's next, the forecasting with that. And then what we want to get to is impact assessment. And what that requires is a lot of information from a lot of places, because these systems are complex. Also requires a way to speed up the processing, the throughput through the models, and that's where the AI/ML comes in terms of surrogate models that can essentially describe the output of a complex system in a very, well, in a simpler or at least a very fast way. Now the key to success here is knowing where you're going and what you're trying to do. That's one thing. So we use a user case. We're working on a coastal zone flooding and water quality demonstration of a digital twin right now, which requires collaboration over a wide variety of partners. And we have partners in France and with NOAA, NASA, and the university community for that. And it requires that we have trust in the data that we put into this system, so we can have trust in the information that we get out of it. So those are the key parts of what we're trying to do, and all based on moving forward with new technology.
I want to go from there to Grace. We heard from Todd and John, both at large government organizations that have responsibility for both collecting and creating and maintaining a lot of data about our planet. So I think of the government as having a lot of research within it, as well as the cutting edge innovation. I want to go on both sides of that. First with you, Grace, on the academic side. I'd like to hear what pieces of what they've talked about you're working on from an academic standpoint, and then over to you about the job of productizing that and selling it, and what pieces of what comes out of academia, government, go into a commercial product. So Grace, over to you.
I want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues here and other government colleagues on collecting data, for example, from NASA, NOAA, USGS. From USGS, we have a streamflow data. And from NOAA, we have the water level data. And also NOAA provided the extreme wind speed. But does it mean anything to you? Does it mean anything to stakeholders? It may not. So we, Missouri S&T, leverage the data from different organizations. And then our contribution is to use those data to verify and validate our hazard model. And then what it meant to you, maybe the impact of the natural hazard, high wind speed, and also the high rainfall. So, and then what would be the flooding depth? That may mean something. Whether my roof is torn off, whether my house is damaged, that may mean something to you. So for the digital twin building, we have 5 layers I showed to you, and Missouri S&T is contributing to the unique part, that is to build a hazard model, and then hazard community interaction. So this way, we can provide the evidence of the natural hazards if you don't take any climate actions. So this is our contribution. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Gaston?
I think we sit a layer removed from the examples you've heard here, right? So we're basically in the tooling business. So think about us using research that has happened in academia about how to construct and train a neural network that can parse and understand pixels from satellite or aerial data. And so our job is to bring all of this together in a coherent tool chain that allows someone, like my fellow panelists here, to do what they need to do. One prime example of a digital twin that we help create, I can't tell you who the customer is, but they're a retailer. And they like to deliver packages to people's homes. And they want to train drones to do that. And so one of the things that we did is we started from satellite imagery, extract features from that satellite imagery to recreate what is there in any given part of the world. That particular location of interest was my neighborhood, Seattle. And then on top of that, the digital twin has to be fit for a purpose. In their given purpose, they were trying to simulate the sensors of the drone as it approaches someone's backyard. And so part of what we had to develop there is not just a visual representation that's suitable for a human, but also a visual representation that can simulate what the drone sensors will see. And then on top of that, we had to create the capability to generate scenarios. Now, add solar panels on the rooftop so that if the sun angle is such that there's glare, will this blind the sensor of the drone? Add the scenario where someone left a lawnmower in the backyard, or there's a swimming pool, or there's a kid's, swing set. So those decisions will impact how the drone will determine, is it safe to land here, yes or no? Interestingly, the only corner case that we weren't able to replicate, but they did find it in actual testing, the dog running out to grab the drone. So that was one that we could not build into the digital twin. But that's sort of our contribution, is basically being this tooling set of components that help people create these environments. But the punchline is the environment has to be fit for the purpose of what you're trying to do.
Thank you to all of you. You're creating what I expected, which is this is a very complex digital twins. The creation of them and the use of them takes a lot of data, a lot of models, and a lot of tooling and output capabilities. I want to ask just a quick question, and if you could try to give me just like a gut, quick answer. This is a curveball. But how is a digital twin, how is that different than what goes into a GIS?
So I'm happy to start because we get asked that question all the time.
Oh.
And for me, what is the biggest difference on a digital twin is the twinning rate, right? So it is the ability of the model to keep up with the actual changes on the surface of the Earth, subsurface, out to the space domain.
Twinning rate. Okay, raise your hand if you already knew that term.
The twinning rate essentially is you're updating your digital twin as fast as the changes are occurring on or about the Earth. So if a construction site, like you saw in Bob's video this morning, where they were tracking the change of the construction site, like your twin is actually keeping up with that building being built and reflected in the model so that it is an actual twin of the Earth. I think most people, when they talk digital twin, really mean digital model, which I think is really the GIS. It's a snapshot in time, and has not been updated since then unless you make the choice to ask for more data. Sorry, that was longer than probably what you wanted.
No, but I'm actually wondering if that's it. Does anybody have anything to add?
I concur. I think GIS is a representation of the surface of the planet. A digital twin can start with the representation, but you have to add other factors on top of it, right? So physics, dynamics, whatever that is.
Factors.
Yeah, I would say that the geo-information, the geospatial information is absolutely critical if you're looking for actionable information. You need to know where things are happening in whatever you're trying to use a digital twin for. So it's critical and an integral part of, I think, at least the demonstration that we're going to do. And, three-dimensional geospatial is really critical.
Excellent. Great,
So
Tim.
I just want to say that GIS is essential part for the digital twin for our perspective from community resilience planning part.
And having heard your explanation, then thinking through each of the scenarios that the panelists work on makes a lot of sense. That it's keeping that fresh and up to date. The drone example is a good one. Natural disasters and hazards are a good one.
But I think, so we've been working a lot with cities, counties, states, GIS departments, right? And so you see that there's a primary need, which is represent things that are there for public safety, public works, water management, whatever the case may be. But you're also going to see that as this data becomes more digitized and available, you can, I know of multiple counties and cities that are already experimenting with simulation scenarios to say what could happen if, case in point. Grace's body of work is a great example of that.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that kind of ad hoc piece. What I'd kind of like to focus on at this point is, and you can pick one or the other, what's the biggest win that you've seen, biggest accomplishment that you've actually, that is in place now with digital twins? Or what are you finding the biggest, in your work, roadblock to what you think the promise of a digital twin is? So I think it'd be too long. We won't have enough time for everyone to answer both, but whichever comes to mind. And we'll start with you, Grace.
I want to talk about the challenges. When you build a digital twin, you need layers of data, a lot of data to make it more powerful. But for some model, for example, the hazard model we are looking at, especially for the tornado hazard model, to simulate the tornado itself and then simulate tornado community interaction, especially when you simulate the tornado. We need the field measurement data to do the verification and validation. But yes, we do. From NOAA, we have radar measure data, but radar measure data is certain time average data. And I can only normally measure the elevation 100 meters above. But our built environment is under 100 meters, maybe under 50 meters, but we don't have that type of data. And therefore, I think we need the field measure data to further validate the hazard model. I feel that is a challenge. We need to work with the other agencies to guide the data and get a high fidelity hazard model. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think from an impact perspective, we have a couple of customers in Europe who are energy companies. One of them is in the green power generation field, right? So they deploy solar and wind. And we work with them to help them build digital representations of what the finished power plant's going to look like, even before it's built. So first it involves extracting terrain, representing any structures that already exist, vegetation, et cetera. And they're using this not only from a planning perspective, but also this is something I learned from the process, which is the permitting process is usually the longest period of time in the time it takes from idea to power plant is actually producing and delivering energy. And so they were able to shorten what often was up to 2 years worth of discussion and engaging stakeholders, municipalities and environmental concerns and whatever. They were able to shorten that process down to sometimes 3 to 6 months by virtue of showing people this is what it will look like. This is what you will see from the center of the city or from so-and-so's backyard, or this is what the effect will be on the vegetation nearby. And so I think that's a pretty interesting case to show practical impact of just bringing stakeholders together to look at the representation of the actual finished product.
It's very interesting. It's not really the technology itself that they're wowed by. It's the ability to see that makes the process go faster. So
Yeah, and you know, it helps people shortcut their decision process, say, well, what if this happens? Well, you can see what might happen.
very interesting. John?
Yeah, I can actually perhaps answer both questions quickly. In terms of what we need to make continuous observations, and the latency of a lot of the assets that we have is just not there to do that. So we're going to have to get data from many platforms. And you know, it was also mentioned in situ is also important. So that is something that we're working on through new observing strategies. And the other is again, to reiterate the importance of the calibration of the data and the validation of the information, just to make sure that we have confidence in what we're doing, because this is actionable, and therefore there are definitely benefits, but also consequences, as was mentioned in the keynote, if you don't do it right. So that's what I had.
Great.
So I'm going to say our biggest challenge is maintaining current operations while simultaneously trying to pivot to a different way of doing business, especially complicated in our budget-constrained environment, not to mention very long acquisition processes that the federal government follows. But we'll get there.
Not a technical problem.
No.
I thought all that went without saying.
Well, those that are new to the federal government process.
Okay, that's right. Okay.
So I think what I would like to do is take a couple of questions. I forgot to bring my phone up here. So if someone could bring us an iPad for questions. And then I'm going to save the last question for you all after we take a couple from the audience, if that works. Let me see. Sorry. Okay. Here's one from the audience. Whoever wants to answer this can just jump right in. When building a digital twin for a city, as an example, there are a near infinite amount of variables that are necessary to accurately represent the reality of what makes that city. How will we know when we've included enough information such that we can be confident in the insights drawn from our digital twins?
I think there's two key words in the question that help answer it. First is accuracy, and the second is insights. I think the latter determines the former, meaning what kind of insight are you looking to get out of this model, right? And that sort of should inform the level of accuracy and precision that you're willing to tolerate. Representing every single blade of grass and every leaf on every tree could be computationally doable, depending on the size of the area that you're dealing with, but then what for? Are you going to really model wind flows down to a blade of grass? Does it really make that difference, right? Probably not, but it all depends on the use case. If you're training, you know, special operators to go clear buildings in high-stakes scenarios, you want a very precise representation before you send someone in harm's way. If you're looking to train a pilot to take off and land, you need a very precise representation of that airport, that runway, and the structures around it. But once you clear 5,000 feet, do you care? Not really. So I think there's a back to the fit for purpose question.
Can you take something back to your retail customer? I would like to open my door, but not have to step out. So I just want the box.
I think they tried just give us the key and we'll drop it in for you.
I have a code.
I don't know if that worked out too well, but.
There's one in here for Todd. Unless, do any of you want to answer the add on to the previous question? I should give you that opportunity. Or do you just want to hear your?
No, I think others should add on to the,
Okay.
the first one.
Okay.
Maybe I want to say some people say that modeling engineering are alike because it will never ever be exactly the same to the truth. We have to respect the fact. In order for us to model something, we have to develop the simplified model. So I think for the digital twin, as long as it serves your purpose from that certain perspective, we have to accept the model, that type of level of fidelity, because you will never ever do anything that is completely consistent with the truth. If you do, that means you will never achieve anything. That's my comment. Thank you.
I like that. Did you have thoughts, John?
I'll just say that you have to remember that there are humans involved, and that is a kind of a check on whether things make sense or not. And there's also, you can train, if a model is tested and it doesn't work, then you find out why, and you train it to be the best that it can do, but it is still up to the manager or the scientist or the farmer, if you will, whoever this is for, to kind of understand that this result is not correct, or yeah, I'll go with that.
Thank you. Todd, do you want to add to that, or do you want your own special question?
I would like my own special question.
Okay. You almost got out of it because I didn't know the passcode to this phone.
It's your fault.
This says, my question to Todd. I have a suspicion of who's sending this. Because it starts with WGS 1984 is an abstraction of Earth datum which is already a digital twin. What AI components have gone into it now? Also, how can a data-driven model better represent Earth's datum compared to physics or mathematical models?
Yes, that is a lot to unpack for a panel. But needless to say that, yes, WGS 84 is a specific model that represents a very specific data sets that allow you to get from point A to point B. And along with all the other places that it shows up in imagery and geospatial information, just again, is the basis for everything that we do for geolocation. As far as like the AI models and the different algorithms that go into making that, I think the more robust the algorithms can get and the more real time that they can get and constantly pulling in data, I think that today, speaking at a very high general level, like we wait for data to come to us, we do a processing of it, and then we update the model. In the digital twin model, the foundation digital twin model, that model is updated as quickly as the data comes in and is processed and then propagated out to the user community. So it speeds it up and basically can take in more information feeds than what it probably currently does, and then proliferates it out to all the consumers, whether it's us that's consuming the data or whether it's you navigating from point A to point B.
Thank you. I think we're going to wrap up with an opportunity for each of you to give a call to action to this community. So the community here with us today represents academia, both from the professor side and the students, graduate students and undergraduate students, who I think are always looking for what's going to be needed in the workforce. How does my work apply? So those sorts of calls to action, also on what is happening in the government that you need our future workforce and the companies that exist today to be thinking about. And from industry perspective, what do you want this community to understand? So who would like to start with the final call to action to this community around digital twins?
I'll be happy to start. So I'm gonna start with data, right? Data centricity is the key to everything that we need to do. So whether you're a student in your first year at university, understand geospatial data and how it all works together so that we can get to solution space. If you're a vendor or our industry partners, it's the same thing. How do I quickly get features, geospatial data and information from imagery or remotely sensed data out of the queue and into operations? So the faster I can do that with more accuracy, and I have the people that understand what that means, the better my model is going to be for the community.
Okay.
So as someone that is constantly looking at the talent pool, I would say it's not a single discipline, right? For us, for example, one of the hardest things, and it's an accelerant when we do find a person that can bridge the geospatial world and convolutional neural networks, or the geospatial world and how to create workflows that know, for example, how to deduplicate tiles and deal with edge effects in certain projections, right? So it's a confluence of skill sets, right? And I think the more people branch out of a specific domain and become familiar cross-domain, when you think about end-to-end, going from primary source data to finished product, and you develop that understanding, that becomes an essential set of skills for the industry and and for the community as a whole, right? You become someone that can bridge many gaps. And so my call to action is for those that are pursuing degrees or are actively developing their careers. Just think about this as more Lego bricks that you can have in your Lego box, and therefore you can build different things.
Thank you. John?
Yeah, I think that's a great answer. I would just add that with all this data that we have, that understand where it comes from and what it represents. So that's the physics part of the problem. So understand that, and you have a better sense of whether that data is being used correctly or not, and whether it's valid data or not. So know the principles. And if we lose sight of the principles, then we're just going to have regression models or something. Things have to be foundationed on first principles. So that's what I would say.
Grace?
Thank you. Coming back to the digital twin for disaster resilience. So it is a decision support tool, but it will never make a difference unless the industry will take it over, because hazards and disaster are local. So we have to tailor the platform of digital twin to the specific location. So that is to say, unless we make this as a digital twin as a service, it will not make a difference on our community resilience at all. I know Mike did a fantastic job in bringing private sectors into this conference. So I'm calling for action for industry to get involved into this digital twin development. There is an opportunity. So it's National Science Foundation Regional Innovation Engine. I know a lot of TGI professors, they look at this before, but I want to call for action for private partners to get involved into this. The National Science Foundation provide $160 million for 10 years. That is to say, if you take this over, you will have a lot of people working with you for 10 years for research and development to make this digital twin for disaster resilience to be mature. And then you can take it over to make for profit. And then you will become a leader in community resilience. You will become a legend in the history. The other thing is I want to echo my colleagues here. So sharing is caring. So at the end of the day, if we want our digital twin to be powerful, so we need everybody to share data. So if you have your data, you want other people to use it. And I encourage you to share your model. So you hope more people are using your model to produce valuable data. And also for climate action, if you did do climate action, I want you to share your resilience story with your friends, colleagues, parents, kids. So this way we can achieve generational community resilience. So really, community resilience is a matter of the entire society. It takes you, me, and everybody to work together. And then our community can be as resilient as we want. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to this group of panelists. And your call to actions have reminded me why I love this industry so much. It is not, well, this is a little bit of a pun, but it's not a surface thing. We all work together to understand from a data perspective and a data, I love what you said of it's the data and all these other capabilities, whether it's computer science or convolutional neural networks or what, but it takes it into a technical, and then you added physics and math. It's the complexity of our world. And Grace, the way you summed it up, that there's absolutely an academic, government, and industry role for the promise of all of it. It takes all of us, and it takes all of us digging deep. So thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all for joining us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you again to Jen and our speakers for that great discussion on digital twins. Now we're going to move to our next panel discussion this morning, which focuses on geospatial simulations, gaming, and augmented reality tools. It will be moderated by Dr. Tara Mott, who is account manager at Esri. And joining her are Patrick Cozy, the recently named Chief Platform Officer at Bentley Systems and the founder of CCM. Dalton Fox, Chief Software Architect, High Fidelity Digital Twins at Boeing. Rex Hansen, Principal Product Manager, ArcGIS Maps SDKs for native apps and game engines at Esri. And sharing his knowledge once again with us is Bob Petty of NVIDIA. Please welcome our next group of panelists.
Waiting for me. All right, well, thank you. And I think this is great that we're going immediately after the foundational digital twin, because this panel really does build upon what that foundational digital twin is. This panel is called Geospatial Simulations, Gaming, and Augmented Reality Tools. And we'll plan to talk a lot about how these simulations can be applied to many of the industry sectors that you were just hearing from, and then some of the most recent developments, some of the ongoing challenges. And I have no doubt that this panel will do a fantastic job with that. So before we get too far into it, I'd like to have each of the panelists introduce yourself, your organization, what your role is, and and what's, I guess, your passion, and why are you interested in this topic? Patrick?
Well, thanks, Tara. So, hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Cozy. I'm the founder of Cesium, which is an open platform for building 3D geospatial experiences. And then as of 1 week ago, we joined Bentley Systems, where now I serve as the Chief Platform Officer. And I'm really excited to say that this is the first time with my Bentley affiliation that I'm doing a panel or a talk. And there's no other place I'd rather be than here in St. Louis with a very strong geospatial community. In addition, I also serve on the board for USGIF. And as for passion, well, it's all about the ecosystem and open standards and creating opportunities for us to collaborate and build together.
Thanks, Patrick. Dalton?
Yeah, hi guys. My name's Dalton Fox. I'm currently the Chief Software Architect over High Fidelity Digital Twins at the Boeing Company. I've been with the company now for a little over 5 years. My work anniversary was actually this summer. Outside of the Boeing Company, I've been a lifelong game developer. I've been developing games for a little over 15 years, releasing my first game at the age of 11. I have a small game studio, and so that's what's really driven me into the gaming and simulation industry from a very young age, and that has been furthered with my professional career at the Boeing Company.
Thank you, Dalton. Rex?
Great, thanks. My name is Rex Hansen. I work with Esri. I'm the product manager for our developer tools, specifically our game engine SDKs. And I want to put up a slide here to talk a little bit about Esri. So Esri is the global leader in software and services that delivers a comprehensive geospatial platform. Now, as part of that, we build ArcGIS, right? So ArcGIS is the system that powers our comprehensive geospatial platform, but it also enables immersive experiences. And so the area of interest that I'm focused on, that I'm product manager for, is around building these really vibrant experiences that allow for deep immersion with geospatial information powered by game engines or game engine integration, but then also providing a more sort of real-world experience there for folks that are able to immerse themselves into extended reality workflows and experiences. So I wanted to highlight maybe just a part of the ArcGIS system that focuses on building out these immersive experiences with game engines, where you can look at high-fidelity visualization, work with real-time data, work with, obviously, living digital twins, and then also employ simulations to be able to decide or be able to make better decisions. So excited in that space. As far as my passion, I've been working with Esri technology certainly for about 30+ years. I've been involved in almost every aspect of the organization on the software side. In the last 8 years, I've been really excited about the opportunities we have with game engine technology and extended reality workflows, and so really trying to drive those capabilities with real-world data moving forward. And so excited to see where we're going next, actually. So excited to be on this panel. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Rex. And Bob, I mean, we did hear from you, but a little bit more of an introduction on yourself.
That's a shitty slide. Yeah, I'm looking, now I'm not blaming anybody else that might be from NVIDIA here, but it's a bunch of words from one of the top graphics companies in the world. But I am GM for enterprise platforms, visualization, AI, HPC, all of our servers and workstations. In the industry at Silicon Graphics, a couple startups, and in NVIDIA in a couple different times. Passion is visualization. You know, a fantasy of mine is to make the holodeck real, to make it so that we could have a meeting like this and you wouldn't know it wasn't real. Where you two are looking at each other and you're point clouds. We have to encourage communication. We have to encourage collaboration. So, you know, digital twin of things is important. Communicating inside of that digital twin, inside of that digital earth. Stay tuned.
Okay, that's exciting, Bob. Thank you. I have one question kind of for the audience before I get started. Do we have any students in the room? All right, very good, very good. Okay, well, yeah, I know it is hard to see. Well, with the students in the room and with some of the people that maybe aren't as experienced in this augmented reality world, right? Because, I mean, honestly, Bob, I learned a lot just from listening to you earlier this morning. So can you maybe provide each of you like one concrete example of why you would use some of this technology and maybe, you know, why it's important, you know, and maybe in different sectors?
Sure. Yeah, so Cesium, you can think of it, it's a canvas to build your simulation. It might be aerospace or it may be subsurface. And certainly, I'll say the original use case was aerospace, was space situational awareness, where there are many objects in space, and we might do different samples of those based on telescopes to try to understand what satellites are out there, where are they going, might there be collisions, or might there be just some interesting maneuvers that we should be aware of.
Okay, so space-based. All right, Dalton?
Yeah, so for our use with XR technologies, when we talk about digital twins and their value, what they're built, how they're built, why they're built, that's great, but once you start to get into the practical applications of how they're being used and how people interface with them, you're kind of tied down, and your capability to interact with digital twins is limited through standard computing interfaces like keyboard and mouse and that sort of thing. And so XR technologies allow us to interact with these twins, these digital twins, in a way that's more natural, how we would react to that digital twin in real life. And so if you imagine a digital twin of an aircraft, that aircraft's physical reality, if you're doing pilot training or maintenance training or that sort of thing, you're in the aircraft, you're working on the aircraft, you have to have that visual interface, but just interacting with keyboard and mouse isn't very natural. So XR technologies are really the interface to digital twins, in our opinion.
To provide the more natural experience.
Yeah, exactly. To be able to interact with it in the way that we would interact physically in the real world.
All right, thank you, Dalton. Rex?
Cool. So practical application. So we see a lot of different opportunities in this space across multiple industries, but one that really stands out recently is looking at flooding simulation. Flooding simulations, be able to provide basically insight into emergency response, but also those that are invested in areas or territories that are near bodies of water that might be affected by different floods, by flooding experiences. So if we're looking at game engine technology, game engines power visualization, high-fidelity visualization experiences. They also are designed to show real-time, if not simulated workflows, right? And it's designed to be human consumable, so being able to visualize some of these actions, these activities that take place, but then couple that with really a digital twin of the real world at a fidelity that makes sense, right? And so if we kind of tie it back to the digital twins, it's not an artificial. In this case, we want to be able to model the real world so that we can visualize, but then also be able to simulate different experiences that might take place so that we can plan for that. If we're looking at augmented reality, we're looking at extended reality, which is another aspect of this panel. So part of this, if we combine all this together, we're looking at flooding simulations, being able to accurately represent the natural and the built landscapes that exist within a specific region that could be affected by a flooding scenario, whether it's rain or a sea level rise, whatever it happens to be. But being able to visualize that within a game engine is powerful. Being able to deliver that experience to constituents in the field, people that are on the ground, so they can see what's affected by, let's say, that flooding experience on the ground is important as well. So a game engine has the technology to be able to provide, to ingest that real world data, to provide that basically production level output, so that you can deliver an experience that's available for third parties to be able to visualize what might happen in a flooding scenario, but then also deliver this to folks that are in the field who can actually who can see what might be affected by that flood, right? And so that's just one example I'm seeing where we actually use a game engine to create production output, in this case a video, to kind of educate constituents on what's happening or what could happen in a flooding scenario, and then deliver an application that provides them to be able to visualize what different flood levels might look like within their region of interest. So interesting to see all of those come together, all founded on really a digital twin that represents the real world, both natural and built landscapes. So it's great to see all that come together, and I've seen a number of these solutions that have been released and had an impact, certainly on policymakers, but also on folks that live in those areas that are affected. So good.
All right, thanks, Rex. Bob?
Yeah, it ties off of what we just talked about here. If I look at them independently, geospatial simulation is about understanding the world and what things could happen to the world, or understanding what could happen as you take certain actions. You want it to be realistic in the sense that it needs to be physically accurate, obey the laws of science, and the like. Gaming is really designed about making a non-real world look real enough to be interesting and giving people the tools to interact with it and in a cool way. If I look at then how those two get married into AR and XR, as your point, it's about enabling people in a human way to easily interrogate the world and easily interact, and so you see yourself in the world. That's why I mentioned the holodeck. You know, if the four of us are out there doing a survey or whatever the case may be, we're all looking at each other, but we might be in 5 different locations. We're doing it in a way where we're not, you know, wearing 20-pound headsets. It might be glasses like these. The world looks realistic. The object or the building that we may be building is very realistic. We can walk through it. And so we're on the verge of those coming together. I hear a lot about gaming technologies being used to model the real world, and they do a great job of modeling the real time. But if a gaming engine was modeling this room, there's nothing behind that wall, and we know in our minds that there is. So the digital twin of this building, with everything behind that wall and on the second floor, has to exist. It has to be photorealistic, so if I walk up there, I see reflections from the sun. And the way I interact with it, I completely agree. It can't be I'm like double-clicking to go over there. It's I look there and I walk there. Now the way I walk might be limited if I'm in a small space, but I can teleport there and the like. So this speaks to this cross effort. I'm glad you put the panel together this way, because it's not just one technology that has to come together, right?
All right, thank you, Bob. And before I start, I do have some questions just individually for each of our panelists, but just a reminder that please submit questions. I'll be checking them here in just a minute, but we would want to hear from you guys as well. So Patrick, I'm going to go back to you first. So Patrick has some news this week that he just mentioned earlier, his first panel since the acquisition and I guess joining Bentley Systems. So maybe if you can enlighten us or just let us know, like, why did Cesium join Bentley? And I guess how will that help simulate that natural and built environment? Or how do you foresee this going?
Sure, Tara, thanks. Would love to talk about that. So, Cesium, we started in aerospace, being able to simulate outer space. When we spun out of AGI, we really went deep into geospatial, starting to simulate that natural environment. In terms of joining Bentley Systems, the infrastructure engineering software company, now we go from aerospace to geospatial, and we add the built environment, infrastructure, architecture, engineering, construction, and then Bentley also owns a company, Sequent, who does subsurface. So it allows us to simulate kind of every layer there. But the story, Tara, is actually a lot more interesting than that, and it's actually pretty personal, and I'd like to share here with our geospatial friends. So, I live in a house that's called a twin, and my neighbor is attached to me. And I've lived there a long time. When I was younger, I threw a lot of parties, and he had every right maybe not to love me. But the Eagles actually won the Super Bowl, people may remember, in 2018, and we were both fans, and we became best friends. And I threw my 40th birthday party at my house, and he came over, and he said to me, he goes, Pat, you're on the shady side of the hill now. And I'm like, I wish you did not say that to me, right? So he said that. I guess that maybe led to a positive midlife crisis, if you will. A few months later, my mother passed away, and I changed a lot of things pretty quick. I lost 71 pounds. I think a lot of people noticed and appreciated that. I started a nonprofit called Create Access. I convinced my girlfriend to quit her job and then to run this nonprofit to expose folks and young people in under-resourced communities to 3D creation. And then I really tried to dial up Cesium. And we had a lot of great success collectively in terms of Google adopting 3D tiles with photorealistic 3D tiles. We did all sorts of integrations with Esri, did a great plug-in with Omniverse. And then when this opportunity to join Bentley came, I looked at that and I said, wow, like, they're doing great stuff with infrastructure, doing great stuff subsurface. And if we can come together correctly, we're really going to dial up this platform for everyone. And something that was very important to me was the open ecosystem, the open source that we do, and advancing open standards. So I just needed to fully understand, hey, Bentley, is that in your DNA? Are you willing to commit? Are you willing to engage authentically in the community? And absolutely they are, right? So going back all the way to 2016, Bentley was an early adopter of Cesium.js and an early adopter of 3D tiles. In fact, when we brought 3D tiles to the Open Geospatial Consortium, to OGC, to become a community standard, the team that submitted that wasn't just myself then as part of AGI, but it included NGA and it included Bentley. And in terms of the type of people Bentley are, so that 40th birthday party, the Bentley brothers were there. They drove an hour to come to my 900 square foot house, and they brought corn from their farm as my birthday gift, right? That's the kind of people they are. That's the kind of company that they built. So I just knew that Cesium joining Bentley, you know, we're going to go big together, and we're going to go big for the community and for the ecosystem.
Well, congratulations again, Patrick.
Thank you.
It's exciting that that's just brand new news out here. So, all right, thank you. I'm moving over to Rex this time. So as a product manager for our developer tools for both Unreal Engine, Unity, can you highlight maybe some of the challenges or opportunities that arise when you're merging these geospatial data and gaming technologies to create these virtual environments, especially in areas like urban planning, disaster response, military operations?
Right, yeah, it's a great question, Tara. So there's a couple different, I think there's a couple different challenges and opportunities in this space. So I think the first one is, you know, working with, and this, we've touched on this already with respect to digital twins, is access to the data that you need to be able to operate within these virtual environments that represents the real world, and that can be a challenge. Being able to have enable access, whether it's through working with vendors. Now I mentioned before that, you know, Esri is the global leader in geospatial software and services. We don't acquire data, but we have a community in which organizations, individuals can share information throughout the globe. And so, but we also provide the software and services for our customers to be able to host data, leverage data, work with data themselves that represents these natural and built environments. And so that first challenge there is really about, how do I find the data that I need? Do I need to work with a vendor? Am I gathering the data myself? At what resolution do I need the data? What intelligence do I need behind that information as well? Is it vector? Is it raster? How am I creating and exposing that for use in a realistic environment that I can leverage within a game engine, so that then I can take it with me or use it in an immersive, interactive way through an extended reality workflow. So I think the first step there, the first stage, first challenge really is about, how do I get the data that I need at the resolution that I need, that performs well, that's of high enough fidelity that I can use it within a game engine for visualization, but also utilize it for scientific simulation workflows. So I think that's a challenge. There is opportunities there, of course. You know, we work with a variety of different vendors to be able to acquire, whether it's open, based on open data standards, or it's working with other more proprietary formats. Work with a variety of vendors to be able to acquire that data, who have access to sensors and systems to do that. Of course, it helps that NVIDIA builds fantastic hardware, actually, that allows for us to process and host and deliver that data effectively. So that's the first, I think that's the first challenge and opportunity. The second one is really around, if we're looking at extended reality. Now, part of this panel is focused on augmented reality. And so one of the most important parts of augmented reality, if you're looking at world scale augmented reality, which is really about overlaying virtual or digital content within the real world. And in most cases, that deals with a device. You have a device. It's oftentimes what's in your pocket. You're working with a phone, or you have a tablet. I know there's headsets, but those, I'd say at this stage, probably aren't really wearable yet at this stage. I mean, that would be an ideal, maybe going forward, and I think eventually we'll get there. But at this stage, if we're talking about just what's available to a general audience, how do we get the device location and orientation, right? So the accuracy and the precision associated with the location and the orientation. How do we gather that? How do we make that available to a broader audience? And that's been a challenge for years. You know, whether you're plugging into like a Bluetooth device that provides you with that highly accurate location, or you're working with sensors on the phone to get your orientation and location, or a variety of different external sensors, spatial anchors or beacons or whatever it happens to be. So I think that's the challenge. I think what we're seeing just recently is the release, or at least the pervasiveness, of a visual positioning system, right? So we see Google and Apple and Niantic release these consumer-oriented visual positioning systems on the globe that allow for consumer devices, off-the-shelf devices, to use sensors on the device to be able to acquire a fairly hyper-accurate location for consumer-oriented solutions, but can be used within business, within the enterprise. Now that's interesting today because that's more of a public service that's available, or public services that are available that people can consume and utilize to get a better, more accurate orientation and location. I think what will be interesting going forward, there's an opportunity there, is in these private visual positioning systems. How do you build, how do you manage and maintain the built environment, the current world, the real world changes, and so we have to be able to accommodate for those changes as well. But in many cases, sometimes the information that we're gathering, the data that we're gathering is private, right? It might be on maybe a private land, it might be as part of I'll say an industrial system, might even say metaverse, that could be secure in some capacity. You don't want to share that. And so being able to manage and maintain systems that allow for a better, more accurate location and orientation for those devices is important. The last aspect there is really training. So we need the talent. It's great that we're at St. Louis University here. We need talent, talented individuals to be able to work in this space that understand how to work with a game engine, understand how to work with real-world data, and understand how to bring that data to life through extended reality workflows. So what I'll say is that in many projects that I've seen, I would say about maybe 20 to 30% is about working with real-world data. The other 70% is about bringing it to life. And a lot of that is through game engine, if we're talking about human consumable applications, through a game engine, so high-powered visualization capabilities. So the game engines being able to provide that realistic experience, the physics systems, the particle systems, right, the animation capabilities that bring it to life. We need talent in that space, right? Not just working with real-world data, but bringing it to life with the systems that the game engines provide is important. Now, if we're talking about specific industries, right, so we do see, obviously, this affects every industry in some capacity or another. We do see, you mentioned urban planning, I think emergency response and defense. So with urban planning, we certainly see organizations using all of these technologies to provide more educated sort of site selection workflows. So being able to evaluate how this built environments, how existing and maybe new built environments affect an existing environment so that policymakers, decision makers can make better decisions. And even general constituents can see how these new structures will affect their environment. That's important. So that's obviously affecting AEC and even real estate environments there moving forward. That's kind of an innovator in this space. As far as emergency response or public safety and defense, we're seeing a lot of engagements there around building, I would say, a common operating picture, right? They want to understand what's happening on the ground today. They want to be able to make educated decisions. They want to be able to share, collaborate around, I'll say, like a virtual tabletop, and that virtual tabletop, to make it look realistic, to make it be useful, they might be using, let's say, a headset for this extended reality workflow, but those collaborators may or may not be in the same room, right? So they might be working remotely, but they're working around a common operating picture that's represented by a virtual tabletop. And they're able to see what's happening near real time on the ground and make decisions and collaborate with others in that environment. The game engine provides the context, maybe the headset or the hardware provides this experience for collaboration. And so we're seeing a lot of efforts in that space. In addition, of course, leveraging that real world data to be able to take it into the field, be able to use it for emergency responders in the field to see where the fire line happens to be or where the enemy happens to be. Being able to see around landscapes, around structures, so that they can make more educated decisions going forward.
All right, thank you, Rex. And it looked like, Bob, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. AR is about augmenting reality. Obviously, that's the definition. And a lot of the use cases, as we get better and better about building a digital twin of the Earth that is very accurate in some places, less accurate in some places. One of the modalities is to put something virtual in there, right. And then add information. One of the ones that I think is more and more important, especially for first responders, is I'm looking at reality, and then I need an angel on my shoulder. I need my co-pilot there. And what I'm augmenting reality with is quick information, and I'm able to ask a question, and whether I visually see it over the reality, which happens a lot, or whether I just get the information. We can't ignore that to explore the world, especially in mission, in theater. If you're just looking at a car that hasn't been built yet, you're gonna maybe overlay a digital car in a room where we're all sitting there in reality, and then you're gonna put stats up. If you're in the middle of a wildfire or a flood, you want to see the reality, and then you want to see the analytics, and then you want to see the data, and you want to see run that way, right? And we've got to work on both of those, and this gets to not treating them as separate initiatives, but making sure data flows both ways, and that queries can be answered very quickly, and that there is another side to the wall, and you have an ability to continue to augment that data, because it's about understanding the world, not just seeing the world, whether it's physical or virtual.
All right, thank you, Bob. I do have some questions from the audience already, but again, feel free to move those questions up. But I'm going to skip back to Dalton on this one. And I believe Dalton might be our youngest panelist today. I'm just going to guess here.
Seriously?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I might have you beat.
Okay, Dalton. You spent the majority of your early career, from 11. I was going to guess 12, and then you said 11, and I was like, never mind. You're even younger. But as a game developer, even attending school for bachelor's in game development, what made you interested in switching to software engineering, particularly for the aerospace industry at Boeing?
Sure. So the gaming industry is really fascinating if you apply the concept of digital twins to the gaming industry. So for many decades now, the gaming industry has been building simulations for military applications, for driving, flight, etc. And so naturally, the gaming industry lends itself, real-time 3D, lends itself to this idea of simulation, digital twins, geospatial applications. And so, to be real honest with you, the compensation for software is a little bit better than the gaming industry.
Okay, you heard it, students.
So,
Okay.
but beyond that, once you, so the gaming industry is really fun. Obviously, I've loved it. For many years, I've spent most of my young life in and around games and playing games. So I wanted to do something with that technology, but beyond entertaining people, my goal was to find how can I do something that's actually meaningful, something that can actually provide some sort of impact to society or the communities that I'm working within. And so applying the gaming industry and gaming tools like game engines that we have today, especially to the simulation, to the software industry, it was kind of a great way to both get the compensation I wanted as a young student getting into the industry, and also utilizing what I had learned for something applicable to the industry today.
All right, thank you, Dalton. I'm going to skip back to Bob, and this question has been moved up several times. I think it was actually from your keynote earlier today. So, Bob, how do you handle temporal changes for a digital twin at that world scale? It says large scale, but including the Earth, especially given that the data is not all collected at the same time, because I think, honestly, Todd Johannesson needs this question answered for NGA.
Yeah, so part of this gets to, it's not a moment in time, and it's a continual loop. You'll always have gaps, and so if you're on a particular mission, or you know that you're fighting a particular wildfire, or you're planning a particular zone, you're gonna get the latest data and augment it. If you've got mismatches in satellite coverage with different resolutions, I showed the drone video for a reason. I mean, it's also useful to help create geometry and understand extrusion, but it also can provide imagery that can be meshed. We can orthorectify on the fly from a number of sources. So if you tie those together, not just the imagery, but everything else that might have changed in terms of communication towers that are in the area, depending on the scenario, you'll never have at a moment in time, I don't think you'll ever have something that's completely temporally aligned. But if you know you're doing something a month after you got the latest images from it, you know that you need to do something more before you say, use this. If there's no satellite flyovers, if there's no commercial data, then figure out a way to augment that, right? And use AI to help fill in the gaps. And more importantly, we'll be able to up-res technology. We can take an SD video from 1960 and we can turn it into 8K, and it looks really, really good. We can take imagery and we can recreate and upscale that imagery and make that not just look really, really good, but it's accurate because it understands what a previous photo of downtown LA or particular thing looks like and what a higher res photo was. It knows how to make those leaps. So a little bit of don't just rely on one data source, use multiple data sources, use AI to fill in the gaps or accommodate for those differences, and don't make it a one-sided black wall. Constantly be updating it with information from traffic cams, from sensors, from all the photographs that people tweet around the world. Constantly be updating that model. Humans can select not to put that in there, but it has to be not just multimodal. It has to be multi-sourced, and it has to be constantly updated.
All right.
Bob, if I could add, so with Cesium, we do a lot of work in the digital twin for earthworks with Komatsu and EarthBrain, and there's bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks, and they're moving dirt, and they're constantly getting updates from drones or even from the machines with GPS. And it's not that you don't get a full copy of it every day or every hour. The bulldozer might only go across a certain part of the construction site. So right now, we fuse all the data together, and it's almost like a flip book animation where any given time is a complete 3D tile representation. You can imagine it's very inefficient because there's so much temporal cohesion, or on any given day, just one small part of that construction site changed. So as we go to advanced 3D tiles, we're looking to add this temporal cohesion aspect to have a much more efficient way to look back and look forward for these types of changes.
And AI can help with that temporal cohesion in another way. You might have a couple different photos at a couple different times, but if the sun angle was different or the cloud cover was different, AI can adjust around that. So it truly ties together because pixels are pixels, they look a certain shade or a little whatever. It can really understand that shadow shouldn't have been there, so it was something related to cloud. So it knows how to stitch it together at every layer of the atmosphere.
Very cool.
All right. Okay, for this next question, I'm not going to ask anybody in particular, so I guess whoever wants to jump in on it, but it has the most upvotes right now. So we are all here in this room for the most part. There is a virtual attendance for today. But, I think a lot of us find a lot of value from being in the room together for those of us that are here. So how do we ensure that augmented reality and related developments don't detract from actually the human experience?
That's actually something that we deal with for the training aspect of using XR technologies, is the human aspect of how do you avoid creating negative training? How do you avoid obstacles and things that people find unnatural? Like I talked about how XR technologies bring us closer to interacting with digital twins in a natural way, but they can also detract from it. And using that in a collaborative space can kind of multiply the challenges that you have using those technologies.
All right, thanks, Dalton. Anybody else want to jump in on that one?
I'll go back to my holodeck example. Sorry, I'm a Star Trek fan. The communication is important. So even if it's not about digital worlds, if you have to fly a bunch of people in, I worked on the Boeing project where components were built from 38 different nations for I think it was the 787. You flew in 38 different people from 38 different countries. Very expensive, very hard to do. If I could get those 38 people at a conference table in a very lightweight XR headset, I'm interacting with you. You might be in Paris, I'm in Uruguay, but I'm actually interacting with you because I can see you. And it's not in a Brady Bunch space, and it's not where we're talking over. We're going to perfect that. So I actually think it travel's great, but we have to make it easy for people from all over the world in all walks of life to understand it and participate in this, not because they couldn't travel or whatever the case may be. And so using the technology to make sure we can communicate is one of our important endeavors. I forced our my staff meeting to, even though we were in the same room, to operate in VR, the VR headset, like 5 years ago. Heavy, complex. After 3 people spilled coffee in their laps, we abandoned that. But we kept working on it. Now we have digital humans. You can take one picture of anybody in the audience, and we've got a 3D representation of your face. So I think the AR and XR and AI will actually help us communicate better versus voice, versus having to travel and getting a mixed audience. We can have everybody there that we need to, and it still feels good. And I may not be able to do this, but I'll at least be able to, know that you're sitting there. The audio for your voice is going to come from this ear, the audio for somebody over there. We can get there, and I think so. It's not either or. We have to keep pushing the boundaries of XR.
And I'd like to just mention, just bring it to geospatial, just providing a kind of a geospatial element here too, is in these relative spaces where we're trying to provide more realism, more realistic experiences, or working with geospatial, there's a certain aspect of making it more real, right? So there's a holographic experience for a visual engagement. There's also spatial audio, making sure that you're hearing things that are happening in the same room, or in the room at the same space or in the same place. But there's 5 senses, right? So how do those impact, and how does it make you feel more engaged, right? So obviously, sight and hearing, also smells, tastes, touch. It's interesting to see how all those kind of play together. And if we bring it into a geospatial context, looking at maybe different training scenarios. I know yesterday I had the pleasure of visiting a couple of a lab downtown that talked a little bit about how they can provide a more realistic experience in a virtual environment. And that was more than just visual and audio. It was about working with different tactile systems to provide that different types of touch, depending upon whether you're touching a surface, or you're touching another individual, or you're working in a virtual environment. But also the ability to be able to smell something that's different, that maybe triggers a memory or a feeling or experience. So if let's say you're training for a military operation, or let's say a first responder training for a wildfire, like when you're in the field, you need to be able to smell actually that there's a fire at some point, because that has an impact at some point. So it does trigger different emotions and feelings, and so if you're looking for a more realistic experience, that makes sense. If you're looking at collaborating with other individuals in those environments, oftentimes we find that previously we'd have like a cave structure, a very expensive structure that people would have to travel to be able to experience and train on those environments, to provide that virtual experience with other different senses triggered in that environment. But being able to provide that in a mobile way, so that people don't have to travel to those environments, but be able to supplement that with a virtual environment that's more cost-effective, easy to distribute, but then also collaborate with others in those environments, so that it's not just them operating by themselves, it's them working with others that operate in a realistic experience, but in a geospatially oriented location, in a place that makes sense, that models the real world. I think that's important too. So.
All right, we are coming to the close for this panel, but I do have one more question, especially since we do have some students in the room, and this has definitely been upvoted. What would you, I want just quick answers from each of you, because we have less than 2 minutes left. So what would you recommend to someone who maybe doesn't have that much experience in this gaming simulation field, or what advice do you have to students that may want to enter this field? Patrick?
So Terry, I think the barrier to entry is as low as it's ever been. There are tools like UEFN, Unreal Editor for Fortnite, where you can get started building experiences without knowing how to code. There's AI Assist. I think you jump in, you start experimenting, you have fun, you build something that resonates with you, you have humility, and you iterate.
All right, thanks, Patrick. Dalton?
Yeah, the technology today is just getting better and better every day. I couldn't think of a better time to be entering the industry because of the technology's growth and access to things like UEFN. I think my advice would just be curious. There's a number of people that I've worked with and mentored personally that they're stuck on just trying to solve the problem and how they should solve it. Instead of being curious and just trying different things and trying to figure out how to solve it. So I would encourage all of the students today to be curious and go and try these technologies. Don't put too much effort on what you're going to use it for, how it might be valuable to you. Once you try these things and you use them, you might discover why they're valuable to you. You might discover pathways for your career. You might meet people that will help you grow into that space that you've discovered. So in short, be curious.
Thanks. Rex?
Right, so I'd say that we're talking about game engines on this panel, so I think there's a pretty low barrier of entry there for getting your hands on some of the most popular market-leading game engines like Unity and Unreal Engine. So obviously encourage you to download and start working with those developer environments. And get familiar with the engine itself, get familiar with the systems that it provides, and then bring in geospatial, bring in real-world data at some point. And there's a number of tools that are out there. Of course, we build tools that allow for you to integrate directly with the geospatial systems that Esri provides. I'd say that's a great way to start. Also, I like the philosophy of a crawl, walk, run approach, where don't overshoot, right? So recognize that you're just getting started. So start with that crawl approach, look for some initial return on understanding and maybe investment at this stage, and make sure that what you're building is valuable, it has meaning, it has value, and then take it to the next level at that point. So.
Thanks, Rex. And Bob?
And actually turn it around a little bit. I think collectively, industry and government has to do a better job of creating the environment for people to get access to the technology and the experts and the understanding, starting at very, very early ages. It is more accessible. I agree with the curiosity piece. But I don't know that, the biggest thing for me was follow your gut, follow your passion. I was a mathematician, then an architect, then an aerospace engineering designer, then a number of things I can't remember, and I am where I'm now. Follow your passion, be curious, but I do call on the industry to improve the access to technology to everybody at any age and globally into the global south. We have that obligation.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Can I have a round of applause for the panelists here? All right. And I think, Lorna, are you coming up here to make the other announcements? All right. Let's head off.
Let's have another round of applause for our panelists and moderator. Okay, I need your attention for a few minutes, so if you would be kind enough to stay in the room for these announcements, I would appreciate it. As part of Geo-Resolution's efforts to support the next generation of geospatial professionals, as we just gave them some tips, we have a student mentoring and career exploration lunch. St. Louis and this ecosystem is really something special because for this lunch, we had more people volunteer to be mentors than what we had room for. So thank you very much to our volunteers. So this is what I need you to pay attention to. And this is first for the mentors and students who are part of the mentoring lunch. If your badge has mentoring lunch written in the upper right corner, gather your belongings and exit towards the back of the room. Do not take one of the lunches because your lunches will be upstairs in the St. Louis room on the 3rd floor. Volunteers will point you in the direction to the St. Louis room. Now, if you are a student and did not register for the mentoring lunch, but you would like to participate nonetheless, we may have space for you. So please follow the mentoring lunch group and someone will give you directions once you get to the St. Louis room. Now, for the rest of you not participating in the mentoring lunch, thank you for your patience while we gave the mentors and students directions, and we'll give them a few times to exit the room. You can use this time to check out the longitude and latitude on the back of your badge. It's in the back on the bottom of it, and it will point you to some relaxing places in St. Louis, and also places for you to visit for those of you who are here in our fair city for the first time. We have 2 locations where you can pick up your box lunch over on this side, both ends of the room. Please form lines on both sides of the tables to make the food pickup easier. You are welcome to enjoy your lunch in here. We don't have as many tables as we used to because we have so many attendees. We had to use theater style. But feel free to stay here or to go outside on the patio. But please make time, if you not have done it already, to view those student posters and vote by 2 o'clock. We will see you back here at 1 o'clock for our afternoon keynotes speaker. So in the meantime, please enjoy your lunch.
different kind of date. I'm all yours and I can hardly wait. Come along, start the show, having fun in the snow. Your white smile has brightened up my day. Your blonde hair out of a fairy tale. Come along, start the show, having fun in the snow. Christmas is almost here, let's hope.
next Geo-Resolution 2024 conference panel begins in 5 minutes. We ask our guests to please find their seats. The program is about to resume.
please find your seats. The conference is about to resume.
Please welcome Lorna Godwin back to the stage.
Well, now I can say good afternoon and welcome back. I hope all of you enjoyed your lunch and made a few new friends or connected with some old ones. Before we begin our afternoon sessions, I would like to take a minute to recognize all the volunteers, and there are many who are helping us out today. The volunteers are the friendly faces you see at registration, the golf cart drivers, that was very important to me, the amazing greeters, our catering staff, the facilities crew, and everyone else who contributed to this day. Could we give the volunteers a round of applause, please? Thank you. Now it is my pleasure to introduce Josh Delmonico, our keynote speaker for this afternoon, who is the Executive Director of the Federal Geographic Data Committee. Welcome, Josh.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Thanks to St. Louis University, the Taylor Geospatial Institute, and NGA for the opportunity. I'm going to start by talking directly to the students in the room because I don't want anybody to think that the world runs on geospatial. It runs on PowerPoint. And if you haven't figured that out yet, that's really the engine that drives the world. And I also say that because I have the unenviable position of coming up being a government employee. You will see 25 years of on-the-job training of PowerPoint, and it's not pretty, especially compared to what you've seen to date. Anyway, I'm Josh Delmonico. I'm the Executive Director of the Federal Geographic Data Committee. And if you're not aware of the Federal Geographic Data Committee, we're a 32-member interagency committee. So we coordinate mapping across all federal agencies. But we also have a national role. We work with state, tribal, and local governments, nonprofit, academia, and the private sector to really envision and reimagine geospatial for the nation. It's a really pretty exciting opportunity. I work with a lot of people around the country and the world in a conversation about what the future of geospatial is going to be. So the FGDC was authorized by law in 2018. We've got about a 35-year history of coordinating mapping across the country. I'm going to, in the pie chart on the side of the slide, you'll see kind of our core responsibilities from the law. And some of those are, we really manage and help federal agencies fulfill their responsibilities for data management and creation across our government. We set standards for not only the federal government, but the nation. We have a reporting component. Congress gets reports on how the federal government's doing in their mapping capability and responsibilities every year. And we also operate an IT system we call the Geo platform. But what I really want to talk today about is this thing we call the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. And there's probably a good contingent of people in the room that have heard of the NSDI and are thinking, oh no, we're talking about this again. We've been talking about it for 30 years. Then there's a contingent of you in the room that have never heard of it and are wondering, what is this National Spatial Data Infrastructure? So I'm going to talk a little bit about it, but really the National Spatial Data Infrastructure are our national capabilities, are the capabilities of the United States to deliver geospatial data and information and applications to the world. Things that we all participate in every day. Some of those things are the policy frameworks, the standards frameworks. Data is certainly an integral part of that, the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, and then the tools that deliver that data to the users that need access to it every day. The federal government uses geospatial data. The 32 member agencies that I work with, at least 25 of them have really strong geospatial programs. Geospatial data from both federal, state, and local government is key to a lot of industry applications and is ingested for academic studies and a lot of the work that you do every day. It's also being used for a myriad of uses in the civilian space. So we've been talking a lot today about the defense space and what the intelligence community, NGA, and the DoD do. And I really represent and work primarily with the civilian side of the federal government, although NGA is a member of our committee and we work closely with our partners at NGA to make sure that the places that we can share and work together, we do. But here are some of the uses, and many of you have experience with a myriad of other applications for geospatial. I don't need to talk a lot about how we face significant challenges today. I think everything that the defense community worries about, there are, maybe not everything, but a lot of the issues the defense community looks at are issues that the civilian agencies and the nation worry about and have different impacts. So climate change, national security issue, also a huge civilian issue, a lot of overlap in the problems, migration or immigration, things like that. But in that space, I think we have a lot of opportunity to do better at what we already do today. One of the biggest challenges, or as I call it, opportunities in this environment, there are many organizations that have competing priorities. It's incredibly complex. There's limited funding. We're being pushed to work together more and more. There's so much data out there. We don't really have a shortage of data. We may have a hard time finding it or updating it, but we don't have a shortage of data, I don't think. It's also too expensive and it takes too long to build the data we need, to maintain it, and to conflate it for use. It's also really hard to find that data. So even if it exists, how do I locate it? My oldest is a junior at William & Mary, and he was home fortunate enough he's taken a GIS class, so I feel like I must have done something right because he didn't run in completely the opposite direction and take a CAD class. Sorry, I digress. Anyway, he said 80% of his time in school is finding the geospatial data he needs to fulfill a project. And that's a huge opportunity for us to look at that 80%. If we can shrink that to 10% of the time in a project, that means that work can either be applied to other problems or applied to taking the results from the analysis of the data and solving the problem. And imagine that's a 20-year-old student at a university learning geospatial, and that's his experience today. That was my experience when I used to do GIS on a daily basis, and if it hasn't changed all that much, I think we have opportunity to do work. And then once you do find that data, is it any good? Is it available for the purpose at the accuracy, resolution, and capability that you need? This was an E.O. Wilson quote that I really liked: "We're drowning in information and starving for wisdom." And I think this is another opportunity we have to do better. Fundamentally, as geospatial professionals, I think there's value locked in our data. And that value is locked in our data in terms of time, money, lives, productivity, opportunity cost, and resources. And I think it's our responsibility to unlock that. So how do we unlock that data? And what I want to talk a little bit about now is that there's 8 billion people in the world. It's a little bit of an old number, but there's about 700,000 geospatial professionals employed in the US. So I think we have a huge opportunity to leverage the wisdom in the other 7.8 billion people on the planet to help solve the problems that we all work on every day. And I think it's really speaks to not just a whole of government approach or a whole of nation approach, but really a global approach. There is wisdom in the crowd, as they say. So how do we get out of the way as geospatial professionals, and how do we work to address a lot of these issues? We're just completing a national strategic plan that we've been working on for about 18 months. We worked with about 1,000 people, 30 organizations, to include many organizations in this room, to develop a vision and strategy for the National Spatial Data Infrastructure in 2035. And I think these 6 things are the key to unlocking those 7.8 billion people and really getting our data and information into the hands of the people that can help. So I'll go through them in a little bit of detail, although not a ton. But intelligent search and design, it's entirely too hard, as I've said, to find our data. We got to do better. We got to figure out how you find, not just locate the data, but find the right data for the project or the application that you need, and not just be happy that you found any data that you might be able to use for the problem you're solving. I think I have this on a later slide, but it's no longer enough just to put our data out in data catalogs online and assume that we've done our job. I think we have to deliver knowledge and insights derived from that data. And we have to do it in ways that users can access without expecting them to interrupt what they do every day, come to us and figure out the answer. How do we meet users on their phones, their digital assistants, and in the applications and processes they use every single day? AI is a huge part of it. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about AI in the rest of next few slides. But this concept of self-updating maps, and when I think about it, I think that we have smartphones, and when you go on a trip someplace, traffic updates. And when I think of that, I think that's a good example of a self-updating map, right? It takes us, we have a data set that's taken 10 years and about $750 million to build, and it's not at the right resolution to meet all of the needs of the nation. And I don't think we can afford to take the time and the resources it takes to build and fill all of our data gaps at the pace and cost using the methods we understand today. So I would ask all of you to think about, challenge what you've learned and think differently about how to think about these problems. I have posited that the way that we were all, we were all trained, many of us were trained in the same way. You logged into your GIS, you went to a folder, you searched for some data, you downloaded it, you ran some analysis, then later you went, oh, well, I'm gonna go to a server and do that. And then, well, I'm gonna now get a web service for that or go online. But that fundamental model about the way that we think and approach GIS is embedded heavily in most of the practitioners today, and it really drives the workflows in our software. So I think thinking about how to address and break that down, can we query data in place without bringing it together using AI? Can we use AI to bring that data together? When we go to the idea of self-updating maps, how do we use that traffic model? Cars slow down, the data is automatically pushed to traffic, and it's pushed to every phone and traffic app or mapping application around. How can we apply models like that and thinking like that to get our data to update itself over time without actively having to go out and collect it? You've heard a lot about 3D, augmented reality, digital twins. I think those are opportunities in how we interact with our data. I still feel happiest when I'm in front of a computer screen with a keyboard, but I think that's gonna change and is changing today. I also still don't want to put any glasses worse than these on my face. So I think we have to get better at the interfaces we use to interface with our data. And then, frankly, none of this is possible without interoperability or integration. The standards and the work that it takes to make our data available online via web services, to make it ingestible by our software applications, and really most importantly to make it shareable around the world so that it's applicable to these challenges we face as a species to our world, is all dependent upon the standards that underpin the software and data that we use. So I'm going to just take a second and give some examples about what I think about when I think about artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk about 3 different users just to throw some ideas out there. So when I think about AI, I don't really think a lot about what traditionally we talk about with geospatial artificial intelligence. I like to think, could we use AI to help the interface between the user and the geospatial professional? Make me a map of X. Could you also say, I need you to go find the best data available for this project and use artificial intelligence to go find that? I also think not just best data, but best data set. So go find the best roads data for this application. Keep my map updated. Make metadata for this layer. Find data about a location and keep me updated about it. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the geospatial professional space to help us do our work better. Another person we talk about a lot is this decision maker. And now I'm reminded there was a blog post, I'll try to remember where it came from, but somebody said this mythical decision maker I've never met. But I'm a first responder, an event happened. What do I need to know or where can I have the most impact now? We still tend to think a lot about providing the map to the person, so they still have to do the heavy lifting. And there's an opportunity to shrink that decision space and the time it takes to get there, especially in times of crisis. I'm a policymaker. What's the impact of this policy on the economy of this state? And you can read the rest of those, but looking at the kinds of decisions people want to know, where do they go? If you were to show them a map, what's the question they're asking that map, and then what's the answer? And can we give them that? And if they want to see it on a map, we can give it back to them that way. And if they want to understand the data that went into it, we can answer it. But we don't have to always give them a map. And then I think this opportunity of serving the general public with geospatial. The roads are flooded, how can I get to work? Is my house at risk of wildfire? And I use my mom as an example, even though she doesn't know it. But she's not home going, let me find a wildfire viewer that I can look up my address and figure out if my house is at risk. I mean, she does it occasionally if you send it to her. Yesterday I found somebody talked about Landsat has a name application, so you can type in your name and it'll find your name in a maps from Landsat images. So she did that because I sent it to her, but she's not going to find a really specialized geospatial application. So how do we get this data to inform the general public and users that are not sitting in this room? I'll talk for a minute about some of the challenges. I think breaking down the barriers to using our data, not requiring you to always go to a geospatial professional or a specialized application to get a geospatial answer. Delivering knowledge and insights and recommendations and not just the data. I think the data is critical and it's the foundation that underpins all of it, but I think we have work to do on top of that. We can't expect users to come to us. Publishing specialized applications online that are hard to learn and require somebody to find that application, go to it, learn how to use it, and ask a question is really hard and a big expectation, which I think we probably can all understand or see how that plays out when you think about an application. Google Maps works because everybody's getting an answer and they're going someplace every day using it, but I can't think of many other applications that use geospatial that most of the people I know ever go to on their phones or use, right? That one's had a really good saturation because it solves a problem everybody's got. Informing applications like Google, Siri, and Alexa about and artificial intelligence models with geospatial data, but not requiring the user to interact with that data every time. Assist versus advocate, so having AI work on my behalf without me asking. I think transparency in algorithms is critical. If we're going to let AI give us recommendations, we need to be able to understand what those recommendations are based on and even tweak the parameters that are used to make them. We've talked a little bit about an idea of confidence ratings. Give a response, but also tell me how confident you are that answer or the data backing it up is accurate. And then I think I've talked a bit about this, but not geospatially focused, but geospatially informed. So provide that data in a context that everybody can use. So I think we have an opportunity collectively to work on this. For the DoD and IC community in the room, we're all trying to solve the same problems. We're trying to build data on the civilian side. We're working on a lot of the same challenges and issues, and I would ask and encourage all of us to look at opportunities we have to work together in as many contexts as we have, because resources are hard to come by and it takes all hands on deck to solve these kinds of problems, and to the extent that we're legally allowed to do it, I think working together is critical. So what's next? We're working on our strategic plan. We expect to finalize that in about the next month, and we'll move to writing an implementation plan. And we're really doing that in partnership with states and tribes and local governments and NGA, some of our Army Corps of Engineers, and a number of universities, private companies, and nonprofits. So I think focusing on partnerships and executing today while we plan for implementing in the future is critical. And we're going to kick off a project with the Open Geospatial Consortium to really work on how do we address those 6 things and work on intelligent search and discovery, self-updating maps, and also demonstrating the art of the possible. How do we make it easier to find our data, and what should a spatial data infrastructure for the nation look like in today's environment? I think that's all I've got, and happy to take some questions. I also work for the government, so I feel better standing at a podium. It makes it harder for us to share a microphone.
Thank you, Josh. And you still have time to actually enter your questions. A couple of questions. The first one was, what's the extent of the penetration of AI, geo-AI, in the federal government? Can you comment on that?
I can always comment on it. I don't know if I can comment on it accurately, but I'm happy to make something up. No, so in the traditional sense, like I think of supervised and unsupervised image classification as an example of, in some ways, artificial intelligence or machine learning that we've been doing for a long time. The federal government's had a huge, taken a huge interest in, we have an executive order on artificial intelligence. The Office of Management and Budget has released a policy memo on artificial intelligence. Agencies are hiring AI officers at agencies to start to get a handle on it. So I think in as much as agencies, geospatial professionals have used AI, that it's in software that we use, for example, I think it's probably pretty well used. But there's a lot of regulation around our ability to use AI, how we use it, making sure it's ethical and equitable, and so I think certainly a lot of the things you would hear about today that are cutting edge are probably harder for us to do, and everybody's trying to figure it out. Yeah.
All right. One more question is about, you mentioned earlier you're coming from the federal civilian, and we've been talking about the geo end, so can you comment on how we can work better together? And also I'll squeeze in as well, because we have an academic research community here, how can the academic and research community contribute to the NSDI?
Yeah, great. So I'll answer your second question first. On the research and academic side, we have 3 goals in our national strategy, and one of them is people, and the academic and research. So the academic community plays a huge role in educating both, future geospatial professionals and also just students as they come up, and helping them become geographically literate and understand the capabilities that are there. On the research side, I would say, I talked about a few things. Let's make search awesome. I've got, if you know Jill Salgo-Similat Esri, she said she wants to make metadata joyous. So that's a great research project. Intelligent search and discovery, self-updating maps, all great research opportunities. Integrating geospatial into large language models and non-geospatial AI applications without, how do you get Alexa to answer a question informed by geospatial data, but not being overt about it. And I think that, the partnership, we do have a great relationship with NGA and the Army. I think it's, in this role, I spent most of my career working with the Army before I came into this role, and so the resources are shockingly different between the military and the civilian side of the government. So I think any opportunities we have to work together only benefits everybody. There's expertise and opportunity in both spaces. So.
Right.
Of course.
Somebody snuck in a couple more, or now they're just coming. Is it better to keep self-updating maps in the private sector, like Google Maps, versus having the government agencies trying to address this issue? I think we have enough time.
Yeah, I mean, so I would argue that I think it's all about, those are 2 different, I would separate them. One is, let's figure out how to do it, and it might be how do you have self-updating maps, and it might be different. It's probably is different depending on the layer or the data set. So, but I think that the how certainly doesn't have to be government, and then I think data ownership is probably a different question. We certainly need research and private interest and sometimes government investment to further things like that, but I don't think it has to be government or privately owned. Did you ask me another question or no? I wasn't trying to goad you into asking me.
That's great. So the one more question. To build the NSDI, you'll need the cooperation of governments at different levels, different sizes, rural, urban areas, different counties. How do you incentivize such a diverse group of contributors to participate in the NSDI? And that's the last question.
All right. Another great question. First, I think there's always a group that will participate if they believe in the vision. So that's probably 20%. 20% will never do it, no matter what. And then there's so it's, incentivizing that middle 60%. I think as a community, we want to do better. It's a great, a great attribute of this geospatial professionals that we all seek to contribute back to the world. Incentivizing is hard. I think, part of it has to be seeing yourself in a strategy and then seeing, if you update a data set, it gets reflected nationally, so you understand your data makes a difference. There was an example about North Carolina the other day on broadband. Getting the local county's broadband data got North Carolina several $1 million, and another 100,000 houses got broadband access because they used local data to augment the federal data at better resolution and detail. So I think things like that help if you can see that what you're doing is reflected in national applications and makes a difference. I think that's about incentivizing, but I also am open to ideas. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, for your presentation and for answering those questions. Well, our next panel discussion is on new challenges and opportunities for geospatial data. It will be moderated by Dr. Gregory Triplett, who is Dean of the School of Science and Engineering here at St. Louis University. Joining him are Dr. Michelle Ayton, Director of Artificial Intelligence and Analytics, Directorate of Digital Innovation at the CIA, Zeph Lokhandwala, Energy Markets Specialist, Bloomberg, Dr. Daniela Moody, Vice President of Technology Insurance, Descartes Lab, and Mark Munsell, Director of Data and Digital Innovation at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Let's welcome all of them.
All right, let's get to it. I am the Dean of the School of Science of St. Louis University, Dean of Science and Engineering at St. Louis University. We have a powerful panel. We have a lot of questions. If we actually mimic the conversation we had several weeks ago, we would actually do a great job today. I'm going to introduce, the speakers are going to introduce themselves, give a little bit about their domain. So let's go ahead and get started.
Great. My name is Michelle Ayton. I'm a senior executive in the Directorate of Digital Innovation at Central Intelligence Agency. And essentially, in this capacity, I've had the pleasure over the past decade of building foundational AI and data science capabilities for the agency, the IC, and our DoD partners. And I find myself in a new capacity now as the Chief of Digital Innovation at the tip of the spear in mission. And essentially what I do every day is I collect requirements and I listen to what our mission needs, and I reach back into my directorate and I identify all of the latest and greatest technologies, capabilities, and experts that we have in our directorate, and I team those together. And so just on a personal note, I'd like to give a shout out, whoever wanted to build the holodeck. My personal passion is to build Jarvis. So I hope to, and I aspire to, put an analytic companion on every desk for every officer in the agency and the IC, and hopefully the DoD.
So I'm Zeph Lokanwala. I work at Bloomberg. I've been a financial industry professional all my life. And my area of focus is spatial finance. So essentially using geospatial data in the financial industry. I've recently moved into a new role. I'm now Bloomberg's geospatial product manager. And I've worked at hedge funds for many years, large hedge funds, and I come from a commodities trading background. I have a long history of using shipping data to trade commodities, oil-related commodities, oil and oil products. And we're typically trying to guess which boats are landing where kind of thing. So now, with all of this data available, there are a lot of opportunities. So our goal is to construct a way to analyze, like if you think of all the ways in which goods are produced throughout the economy, so factories, power plants, refineries, and so on, all the distribution assets tied to it. So we're monitoring shipping activity. Goods typically move by rail, by trucks, some by planes, by pipelines. So we monitor all this commercial activity and the pricing tied to it. So essentially information about the inputs going into any particular facility, the outputs, and with some indication on capital costs. The idea is to give you a real-time valuation of every asset on the planet. And as prices move around, these valuations change. And often markets can get, stocks, for example, can be overpriced or underpriced and so on. And that creates a lot of opportunity. The key is to find out which areas are most relevant for geospatial analytics when, and how to augment traditional financial analysis with this vast amount of geospatial data that's now available.
Thank you.
I'm Daniela Moody. I've spent all my career in geospatial. I started at Los Alamos National Laboratory a while ago, and then I pivoted to startup world about 10 years ago. The last two startups I was involved with, Geosci being the last one, I just got acquired by Descartes Labs a little bit while ago. But the last two I worked for, I led the development and productization of geospatial technology and analytic for insurance. And I wanted to share a little bit about my intro, but by way of intro, a little bit about the why we're doing this and why Zeph and I are here on the commercial side with potentially not a expected or traditional geospatial angle. So what I perceive as the new realm or frontier of geospatial data and geospatial analytic is the challenge of adopting all of this data into industries that absolutely need it and are eager to adopt geospatial, AI, ML. Insurance I found to be one of them. It is, in many people's opinions, the industry most likely to adopt geospatial data at scale. It is very incentivized by the economics. If just to throw some numbers out there, the year of Hurricane Ian, insured losses were over $115 billion. Those were just numbers that you can research off of, say, Verisk website. It is a heavily regulated industry, and they've been unafraid to leverage geospatial data in a way that I've not seen before. It is not necessarily a job security question. It's more augmenting that analyst and that claims adjuster and the underwriting to do their job faster and better, because at the end of the day, they want to support their customer. And because of that, that is my why, right? It's the industry most likely to impact the individual consumer and cause change when it comes to adaptation to the risks and the peril that are increasing due to climate change. And that is why I'm in insurance. And I look forward to talking more about all the things that we've learned when it comes to productizing geospatial technology. It is fascinating to hear all the data and the petabytes of data that we're now getting every year from Earth observation data. At the end of the day, our customers will care about that insight and that one data point that will make a decision much faster for them.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Matsal. I'm the Director of Data and Digital Innovation at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and I come from the very boring world of national security. I say that jokingly because I'm very fascinated with both of these use cases of the panel up here, and I really look forward to hearing their talks. I'm responsible for a component that you might have heard this morning. Bill Caniano mentioned, he talked about a couple of the artificial intelligence programs that the agency is doing currently. The accreditation of Geo and AI models, that's under my program, that's under my component. The certification of individuals to both develop and practice geospatial artificial intelligence is under my purview as well. The strategy for implementation of artificial intelligence and Project Maven, which you heard a couple of times already today, all are inside my component. I am from St. Louis, Missouri. I was born here, and hence the t-shirt, for those that are wondering why I'm wearing a t-shirt. And I am very happy to be part of this ecosystem, to be a champion of this ecosystem, and very happy to be at Geo-Resolution today.
Great. All right, so any one of you can answer this question. It takes a lot of effort and resources to use geospatial data usefully. How are your organizations respectively adopting emerging technologies like AI, ML, augmented reality, and using them to automate geospatial processes? Who wants to take that question?
I can start if you wish.
Please.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is, in terms of using AI, using LLMs for training is great. But using LLMs for inference causes hallucinations and gives you a probabilistic answer. People get very uncomfortable with that. So what we do is build these knowledge graphs, supervised learning. And what we're doing is building these graphs that connect production assets with related distribution assets, the commercial activity tied to it, the pricing information tied to it, and so on. This is all baked into knowledge graphs. And we produce results using something we call our query language, our Bloomberg query language, and it gives you a deterministic answer because the question basically boils down to a very specific query, which will always give you the same answer every time. A financial industry professional would get very uncomfortable if they got different answers to the same question. So that's the approach we're using.
I see. Did you want to weigh in?
Sure. Well, I think that for the agency, we've taken an approach which is more oriented towards this like human-machine teaming activity. So being an organization that's an all-source intelligence agency, we recognize the value and the criticality of always having humans, like not just in the loop, but be the center of the loop. And at the same time, like recognizing how all of these new and emerging, and especially like frontier model technologies, can really augment and enhance our ability to like get to actionable intelligence faster before it's OBE, while it's far left of bang. And so I think for us, we're probably not always as concerned about getting exactly the same answer twice or 10 times or 100 times, but more that we train our workforce to be able to recognize the value of the outputs that they're getting from these technologies, take advantage of those outputs to the best of their ability in the situation that they're in, and use that to inform the decisions that are needful to be made. Because in so many cases, like, we don't get a second chance at being able to make the best possible decision when lives are on the line and national security is at stake.
I'd like to piggyback off of Michelle's answer and say, the way we've leveraged geospatial data at Descartes Labs in this particular insurance product that I'm leading has been really to focus on enhancing automations and workflows to create a product that's pleasing to the customer, where they want to come back. So, and this was, again, I call it accidental product discovery. It's not necessarily what you build, but what you realize you build it for, or for whom. And in this case, putting everything in a single environment where they can see, for example, their policies, their building footprints, information about that building footprint, AI model outputs from aerial imagery at 2.5 centimeter resolution, combined with a flood forecast model because a hurricane is coming, combined with actual observation data during the hurricane, combined with wind speed, gets them to that rapid analysis. This is where we're bringing in, for example, Gen AI type tools to look at their portfolio and say, based on all of these thousands of data points that we collect from all our data partners, this is your most impacted part of the portfolio. Now go, and they can do prioritization of their build-outs or their claims payout or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, nobody would say that they're using this type of geospatial data or this type of modality. In their mind, it's their usual workflow. They just have more data. It's all in one place. It's pretty. It works fast. We've had to address things like security, and everything's orchestrated and automated so that data gets ingested automatically and it just appears, and they can make a decision in a couple of hours as opposed to months of waiting for the data. And that speed up has been increasing the adoption rate because everybody wants to use it, because Joe over here is faster at processing claims and I want to be as fast too. So it's been not glamorous, right? It's not the shiny, awesome models that get research papers. It's been the geospatial plumbing and building that functionality and ability to operate and work with this data rapidly that I've seen had the most impact in our customer adoption.
The predominant use of AI in the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency is something we call computer vision, and that's having a computer model, an AI model, essentially emulate what a human does in the sort of cognitive ability of seeing an image and then interpreting things on that image and putting those things in context. So a lot of people would consider that work kind of rote work. When you have to look at a lot of images or cover a lot of ground and either detect objects, put those objects in context, understand what it means, what you're looking at in terms of geopolitical or geopolitics, to have an AI assistant that can help you quickly identify things that might not be easily identified, to be able to connect the dots of those things in context is really kind of the core mission of AI at our agency. And while that's an enduring problem that we have to improve those AI models, to do that better and better, I will say that the next phase of AI adoption for us would be having the large language models, the large vision models, sort of the modal models come together and assist analysts not in just detecting what's on images, but also assist the analysts in answering questions about what they're seeing and then actually generating reporting for our combatant commanders and our policymakers.
We're going to try to focus on new opportunities and new challenges. So this is a big question. What keeps you up at night?
A lot of things.
In terms of economic risk and exposure, for example.
Well, I would say probably the safe bet conversation for me is the workforce, right? Like the demand for talent is so high and our competition is phenomenal and you pay really well. And so getting enough people, enough experts into the pipeline, and that's everything from data scientists, data engineers, data management coordinators, project managers, technical leaders, right? Like the entire pipeline of experts that we need to be able to take best advantage of these tools and technologies. Really, it does. It keeps me up at night because without people, like we can't do mission.
Zeph, I really want to hear your answer.
Sure. So, what I'm focused on is how to get optimal value out of this. I feel we barely scratched the surface. There's so much more work to do. There's some large mountains to climb over here. And I'm talking about not just commercial objectives. Obviously, we all need commercial objectives, but we also have social objectives that are aligned with some of this analytics, tied to exposures and so on. And who are the key players behind all this information? And how do you, in order to make a real difference, I feel like we have to not only provide commercial value, but also social value. And there's obviously a national security aspect to all of this. So being able to combine all of these missions with the same, really, I think we can use the same set of tools and technologies to get there, to achieve all of these objectives. But really, my biggest concern is we could be doing so much more. And I feel like, we've just scratched the surface. And I spend most of my time thinking, how do we spread the knowledge, spread these tools, make it easier to use these tools? It takes a lot of time and effort to use these tools. So let's bring it down to where it's easier. So those are the kind of things that keep me up. It's like, how do we make these solutions more practical for a wider audience?
All right, so I got a question that came in. I have to ask because it's related to your comment. With all the technology available and piggybacking on what Zeph just said about ships, why can't we avoid pirate attacks or even worse, attacks penetrated by groups such as Houthis? Houthis.
Yemenis.
Okay, go ahead. Anyone?
The question is, why can't we predict attacks by the Houthis? Is that the question?
Yes, that and pirates.
And pirates, yeah. Or Houthi pirates, right, in the Straits. So I think we're getting better at that, I'll say, and it's a very difficult challenge. We're talking about very small boats and people in a very large area, and so to be able to just the volume of property that we have to cover, my agency, for example. You're looking at a lot of location, you're looking at a lot of acreage, and you're looking at folks that are trying to hide from the overhead satellites that might be passing over at the time, or the UAVs or UASs. But the tradecraft here is to be able to develop an AI model that will detect them when they're hiding, when they're practicing denial and deception, when they are evading various means of detection, and to be able to automatically find them and then automatically predict where they are moving for reasons that you understand based on the context of what you're looking at on images. I think it's a classic problem. I'm glad someone asked it because it's a good example of the sort of dynamic, agile adversary that we have, as opposed to, let's say, the adversary that's invaded Ukraine, where they have larger footprint and maybe easier detected. So I will say that we're not perfect on that, but we are increasing in our ability to use artificial intelligence to detect and predict and warn where the Houthis might operate next.
Daniela, you're in the business of insurance, right? So I'm going to direct this question to you. As we strive towards climate resilience, what innovation needs to occur in the geospatial realm to impact new vertical opportunities and complex, large-scale geospatial problems?
Thank you for that question. I'm actually going to loop that in with a comment to follow up the Mark's answer. I think the new challenge and opportunity that presents itself, and this will be tying in with the new vertical question, is this pivot to what I call contextual AI. We've all been very focused on these very verticalized AI models, find the tree, detect the ship, track movement. I think where we are heading next, and we've not cracked this yet, is AI that can start interpreting intent or behaviors and start associating that meaning to, is this legitimate behavior or is this illegal behavior, illegal fishing? Just because two boats are out at sea doesn't mean anything. You have to look for other patterns. In the insurance space, and especially as it ties to climate and resiliency, climate security, climate adaptation, part of the reason I work in insurance is, again, because I believe there's a key opportunity to not just drive the technology and the data and the adoption of technology, but also to meet a customer need and a requirement to do better, to have more information ready to understand what's happening in terms of climate impact. So I think the opportunity goes back again to this contextual AI, impact assessment, new models that take into account things we haven't thought about before, not just at the sort of, I'm going to say, media scale, not just think macroeconomics, macro environments. Why have we not moved towards a climate adaptation plan, for example, in the US? We know that we're losing, for example, shoreline. We know that there are all these regulations that are in place right now that prevent an insurance carrier from, say, paying someone to build their house somewhere else if it keeps getting flooded in the same location. There's a case out there where somebody got a claim paid out 30 sometimes just because the Mississippi flooded, and they had to rebuild the house in the same location. So we're not ready for those kinds of changes yet from a regulatory perspective, but I think we can drive that change with with some of the new technology that's out there. So my bet is on this newer wave of whatever we want to call it, AI, that starts to help us put together these models and create these macro pictures of impact and build that situational awareness to help, whether it's an analyst or a claims adjuster or someone working on Bloomberg. We all need more rapid information that touches on all sorts of data that would never otherwise would have the chance to parse through.
From the audience to any of the panel, how is your modeling and AI implementation impacted by the disparity in data in general, but particularly geospatial data in countries around the world who've yet to bridge the digital network and digital divide?
That's definitely a big challenge. As you get into some of the smaller countries, obviously the data varies widely. Like from a commercial standpoint, people are mostly focused on the G20 type countries and the commercial activity there. It's the sort of, the relevance is, based on the economic activity and the size of the economy in each region. And yeah, in some of the, remote parts of the world, it's hard to get this information.
I do have a follow-up comment on that, and that's one thing that we've seen is when you talk about data availability across the globe, it's a nuanced answer, right? There's the issue of data availability, there's the issue of reported data. With the Earth observation sensors that we have, we can get some data all the time that at least is somewhat normalized. And in my particular line of business, that's been it meant the advent of parametric insurance, where they may not have all the information or the models or aerial imagery surveys flown, but they can get information about, say, wind speed, right? So then they can create these data-driven, like I said, parametric insurance, and it's taken off in countries where other type of data may not be available. So another example is geolocation data. We all want to know that we get at the right address or that our package gets dropped at our doorstep, ideally. But geocoding information also varies by geography, by provider, right? And there's more consensus that needs to happen to get that precise, know exactly where the thing of interest actually is. So it's a challenge, but certainly I think is aided by all the Earth observation data that we currently have access to. It is nonetheless difficult in some locations to have, or basically to lack, that ground truth or anything that's available on the ground.
So how has public trust as well as cybersecurity challenges, how has it impacted your workflow? And to what level have you tried to sort of deliberately take on the issues of whether people are going to believe, what you're working on or what you're selling?
Well, one of the things that we've done since inception of our programs is to make sure that we walked lockstep with our Privacy and Civil Liberties Office, our Legal Office, Policy and Governance Office, and we wanted to make sure that as we developed and deployed these capabilities, that we had those mechanisms in place to check ourselves as technologists to ensure that we were doing everything to be able to uphold America's public trust. So we developed hand in hand with these other offices our checklists and our processes and workflows to ensure that we were deploying AI capabilities in a trustworthy and legally compliant manner.
But what about the failure and attack modes that can exist for all of these interdependent systems, which is a different issue? Anybody want to tackle that?
I can tell you, I'm at an organization where cybersecurity is extremely important. Our tools are used by some of the biggest banks, money managers, financial funds, and so on. So, I'm fortunate to have an organization, to be part of an organization where there is a lot of cybersecurity expertise and many layers of protection, simply because an incident could be catastrophic, not just for our company, but for the bigger universe.
Hey, Mark, I'm going to try to ask you a good question I think you can answer. What kind of things...
I got a backlog. What keeps you up at night? I'm hoping to answer that one.
I'm sorry. You're from Missouri. You can handle it. What kind of things are you keeping your eye on? And what have you pursued in the workplace to reduce inherent vulnerability and unpredictability?
So I think in our particular business that we're in, which is protecting the country, right, providing warning by having a really good understanding of what's happening around the world, the more capable we become implementing, let's say, AI, right, and being good at that, the more that we'll sort of be progressive and move out in the front and use AI for use cases that potentially could be dangerous. And so obviously, as far as public trust goes and our ability to ensure that we're doing the right thing by both the American people and being citizens of the world, is to ensure that people know and understand that we are, right, following the laws of armed conflict, all the guidance that the department has put out, all the guidance that the White House has put out, and our laws, of course. So it's important for us to build in the safety measures from the very beginning. There's a lot of technologies that have been developed over the last 50 years where we feel like we've had to catch up on the safety measures. Like social media, for example. The way it sort of have affected people and changed people, and the safety measures kind of being put in after the fact seemed like it was a mistake, the way we handled, let's say, children and their use of social media. So we have an opportunity to get in on the ground floor of implementing safety from the very beginning with this technology, which I hate to say to a room of technologists, and being a technologist that likes to go very fast, means that we do have to have policy put in place early in the development of this technology. A lot of people are shocked when I say those kinds of things because, right now it's maybe not that good, or maybe you're getting like a B on your paper when you use ChatGPT. They're like, this isn't that good. This isn't dangerous. But it's such a powerful technology, and just the trajectory that it's on right now, let's make believe we will use this technology someday in the future for autonomous targeting, right? Those two words together. That certainly our adversaries are developing technology to be able to use artificial intelligence to do autonomous targeting with coordinate-seeking weapons. That is absolutely going to be in play in the world in the future. If we don't lay in the safety measures today, day one, it'll be very easy and very tempting for various different bad actors in the world to bypass all of those safety measures and go straight to destruction. So these are the things that keep me up at night. These are the things that I want to ensure that the United States of America and our citizens here understand, that in the Department of Defense, as we develop this technology, we are keeping those things, those gates, we're keeping those gates closed to ensure that we implement this technology safely.
And if I could just amplify something Mark just said, it is critically important for us to always be mindful about American democratic values and to understand why we put guardrails on ourselves and we choose to every single day deliberately operate within our own ethical guidelines.
I had a few applauses just now, just in hearing things.
Go America.
Using time and space data to make decisions is not a new concept. I'm curious, what are all of your keys to decision making? How do they interact with each other in relation to time? How can these help impact, in your case, financial markets?
Sure, I'm happy to. This is actually a very interesting question. I'm glad you asked this. So, if you're tracking commercial activity, if you're watching cars in the Tesla parking lot kind of thing to trade Tesla stock, most of the time it's like watching grass grow. You want to know what to avoid. I mean, this gets interesting when you're at the inflection points. And this is particularly true for the commodity markets. You've seen this in the oil markets and various other markets. If there's a shortage of 1% to 2%, prices often fall by half or 2/3. If there's an excess, if there's a shortage, prices often rise by double and triple. If there's an excess, it often falls by half and 2/3 very quickly. And we saw this approximately 7 or 8 years ago when the Saudis decided to basically battle shale oil, right? All they had to do is overproduce by 1 to 2 million barrels in a 100+ million barrel per day market to get prices down from 100 to below 30. And those inflection points are extremely interesting. When balances get tight, when there's an excess or a shortage, that's when prices move a lot in either direction. And that's when you have the biggest economic impact. When you have these middle-of-the-road linear moves, it all kind of moves in balance. But when you get these sharp moves in either direction, that's when the economics change. And also, so you want to be able to find those triggers. And that is different for each market. And that takes some subjective understanding of not only that market, but how market players behave in that market. And like oil trading, right? If you're basically buying oil for a refinery, you have a completely different set of profit parameters than if you're trading the same commodity at a hedge fund. Your payouts are different, your behavior is likely to be different. So it basically comes down to capturing those inflection points when a small move in the underlying fundamentals, a small linear move, leads to an exponential move in prices. That's when you get big disruptions in financial markets.
Steph, if I can say this, there are people in this room who are thinking, I thought this was a geospatial conference. That sounds like a financial argument. Please explain to us how those two are correlated.
Absolutely. So you want to track commercial activity. When there's a shortage, you're basically tracking flows. When there's a shortage, your demand is exceeding supply. You want to monitor that activity.
And that's geospatial data.
That is highly relevant geospatial data. You also want the pricing for various inputs and outputs in different regions. That is traditionally not thought of as geospatial data, but it is very location-linked data. I would argue interest rates, FX rates, all of that is tied to economic activity in specific locations. So it's really connecting the dots, adding that spatial element when it's most relevant. That's when we unlock value. If it's like a middle-of-the-road, traditional sort of uninteresting moves, you waste a lot of time just watching things that are not terribly relevant in the financial markets.
Sure, thank you.
So I'd like to augment that perspective. Very much agree with Zef's answer. I think a lot of what we're seeing right now, whether it's in the world of finance or, like I said, insurance, food security, commodities trading, it's very influenced by what happens around the world. And we're connected in more ways than we realize. It's all spatial data at the end of the play, right? So one of the interesting examples I have is research what happened with baby formula availability when lecithin became unavailable, because it is a key ingredient derived from a crop that was not easily accessible during the conflict in Ukraine. One of the, you asked about ways in which we can, relate and what key decision factors that we use right now. In my domain, it is. That starts with the customer and knowing what the customer wants. It is not easy to say, I use this particular decision point to look at space-time data. It is very much what does the customer need? Why am I doing what I'm doing? I think we've built and understood very well at this point a lot of technology, a lot of sensors. We know how to address their problems. We know with what technology. We need to find with our customers the why. Why is it that they want to use geospatial data? That's what I use for deciding which particular data stream to use, or understanding how they look at the data and what criteria, what business logic they use. A lot of this business logic may be very proprietary, right? Like Zef has his decision criteria for assessing particular tracking stock. Every one of our customer has a different business logic or decision tree that they mapped out in their head in terms of how they go from this event happens to here's my CAT model. This is catastrophic event model, not a CAT model. That was my first lesson learned in insurance. It is not all about CAT machine learning models. But go from that to what data they can bring in to augment their decision or make it faster. So it's very much a start with a customer, productize your technology. But that's how I would answer that question.
There's a spectrum of topics that were covered, and one of the questions from the audience, what emerging opportunities do you see for implementing geospatial tools in the public health and healthcare?
This is a tricky question, and I'll only dabble in it because I've gotten this question before. I think the challenge starts not with the availability of data, but the ethical use of data and making sure that privacy is covered, security, and so forth. And those are things that in the commercial sector, sometimes, we should think about first as opposed to later in the development. And there's a lot of information that could be covered, especially in terms of exposure to elements or, changes in demographic or even, I'm going to say, habitability of particular locations. Like, we've seen these trends in temperatures and the heat waves we've been having, right? We can't really understand those, but that is becoming a peril that's tracked by insurance, right? So that would be an opportunity, I think, to bring in more geospatial data and broader climate-based modeling to understand those impacts on health, and I'm sure there are many other applications.
I think we're seeing the trend, and it's brilliant that we have insurance and finance as good examples. I mean, everything can be measured in space and time statistically, right? That's what we're saying. And the tools to do that and how much information in context you can get out of that is kind of what our technology partners here, like Esri and others that provide those tools to do that kind of work. And in health, I mean, there's just like every other domain, there's 1,000 things that we can do with that data, and we can analyze where certain illnesses have a concentration, and we can see movement of pandemics and viruses as that happens, sort of in real time as it happens. We saw great work by Esri over the pandemic to kind of track the movement of the pandemic. So just doing historical statistical analysis using Medicare information that's publicly available to be able to track trends of illness or medicine usage or consumption. There are so many good things that we can do with data in space and time and doing statistical analysis. We just still haven't sort of tapped it all. And there's 1,000 different ways probably to improve the health care, at least of our country, with the public data that we have available. We just don't necessarily have all of the finite or the more detailed data that we need, getting back to some of the privacy issues and things like that, that would allow us to really understand the situation we have in America.
Final thoughts from, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I think that another thing that we could really do is have lessons learned based on our experiences in the past and use those to drive towards better predictive analytics, better indicators and warning of the kinds of things that we know are going to potentially cascade out of control, right? And then start to train, like, non-technologists, non-experts, but people in the healthcare world, policymakers, et cetera, about what to do about those indicators when they see them, so that we have a layered defense against the spread of these dreadful diseases. Because we talk a lot about, like, what are we going to do after we have the data in real time, but there's so much we can do upstream to simulate, like, every possible worst case scenario and learn from it early and plan and develop the partnerships that are necessary so that we can be as responsive as possible, as soon as possible, to prevent the worst from happening.
It was almost like a missed opportunity, during COVID, where we didn't relate to them the value of having this information so that people understood the power of the spread. Last, final thoughts from the panel, just real quick, 30 seconds. Where do you think we need to go?
So I think visual language models is really the wave of the future in terms of geospatial intersections with computer vision and natural language and human language technologies. But really, we've got to get to the point where we stop thinking about the technology and just focus on the job to be done. What are our objectives on a daily basis? And these tools will become so ubiquitous and so invaluable to everything that we do that we free up our cognitive time and abilities to work on the harder problems for the benefit of all mankind.
Thank you, Michelle. Zeph?
From my standpoint, I find people spending a lot of time and effort doing geospatial analysis. So our goal is to make it easier, to make the data available to a wider audience, make it easier to consume, use LLMs to be able to extract the relevant information and so on. So I view it as just incrementally and continuously making this data easier to use as the volume of the data is exploding. There's so much geospatial data coming, not just from drones or satellites, but everybody in this room has at least one, maybe more than one smartphone tracking your health and your food and your travel and 100 other things. So the real challenge is to make this data available quickly, easily, and reduce the barrier to geospatial analysis.
Thank you, Zeph. Daniela?
Well, where I hope we're going to go next is to have a little bit more, I'm going to say, cross-visibility between various market verticals, as we heard today. There are many things that are being developed in other domains that could be leveraged on the government side. If there's no awareness that that need exists or that fit, you don't know what to ask. So I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more of the commercial adoption of technology into the government as opposed to build everything from scratch. I think the same goes for the commercial entities out there. We're seeing more and more COTS, if you will, building blocks available. And I think part of us getting faster where we need to go is going to be aggregating those building blocks a little bit more cohesively together. And that means building things in such a way that they can be easily adopted, easily plugged in. So it's not an effort to integrate data or integrate analytics or integrate insights.
Thank you, Ann. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, what the panel said, we're special here. We're part of the Geospatial Club. Anybody else would walk in off the street and listen to the stuff, they'd have no idea what we're talking about with the terminology that we use and some of the specific special disciplines that we practice and sciences that we practice. And so everything they just said, it's going to get easier to work with this data. It'll be more people will be using this data and getting the kind of answers that they need without even realizing that in the background all these spatial operations are happening and the spatial indexes on databases that are happening, and we've trained large language models and vision models to detect things and detect those things in a reference frame in space and time and be able to predict movements and intersections and joins and queries and all this kind of stuff. It's all going to be a lot easier to interface with this data. You won't have to sort of memorize the 1,500 different functions in ArcGIS, no offense, Esri, and it'll be a little bit applying this to make our lives better will happen because of all the work that we have done over the years to sort of build this up and build it up, and now you'll see AI sort of interacting with it in a much easier, useful way.
Let's thank our panelists.
Thank you again to our panelists. We are going to take a break and we will resume at 2:30.
Geo-Resolution 2024 conference panel begins in 5 minutes. We ask our guests to please find their seats. The next Geo-Resolution 2024 conference panel begins in 5 minutes.
hope you enjoyed your break, because now we are ready for our final session of the day, which will focus on charting the future of the geospatial workforce. Our moderator is Christine Woodard, St. Louis Geospatial Ecosystem Engagement Lead and Director of Moonshot Labs, which is part of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Joining her is Peter Kant, Chief Executive Officer of Enabled Intelligence, Inc., Len Knie, Youth Spatial Director at the University of Minnesota, Robert Sharp, Research Fellow at the Geospatial Collaborative at the University of Missouri St. Louis, and Keisha Winston, Chief Emerging Talent Group, Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Let's give them a round of applause and our attention. Welcome.
All right. Great. Well, thank you all for being here, and thank all of you for sticking around. This is a great audience.
Don't tell everybody it left, but there's a special prize.
And I think, too, that I'm glad everybody stuck around. This is probably the most important panel of the day, because we've heard a lot about technology, we've heard AI, AR, we've seen all of these fantastic posters over here, very technical. But without that talent and without that charting the path for the future workforce for geospatial, where are we going to be, right? So I know that we're having to, everybody's in competition. One of the things that we focus on at Moonshot Labs is that engaging next generation talent, and we also focus on partnerships. So I'm super excited to be here today with all of you. So before we get started, why don't we do some quick introductions? Peter?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Kant. I'm the CEO of Enabled Intelligence. We do data labeling, data annotation, data curation, mostly mostly for the government and large commercial customers. We have a unique workforce model where we've been able to tap into a typically underemployed marketplace of folks who have superpowers in image analysis and AI that I'll talk a little bit about later today.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Len Knie from the University of Minnesota. It's great to be in St. Louis. We're just up the river a little ways. University of Minnesota, we're a large land-grant university. We have 5 campuses, about 68,000 students, 25,000 faculty and staff. We do about $1.2 billion worth of research expenditures every year, and we've started just a little over 240 startups. The group that I have is called Youth-Spatial. Think of us as GIS remote sensing consultants for the university. We're part of our research computing group, which is our supercomputing, our data science initiative, and our IIB, our International Institute of Biosensing. We do a lot of work helping our researchers and students throughout the university with a lot of fun and amazing projects.
And I am Bob Sharp. I was 34 years in the Navy, 34 years in the intelligence community. I culminated my career as the director of the IC's greatest agency, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I retired from the Navy a couple of years ago, and I'm doing a number of things, but one of the things I'm doing that I'm most excited about is working with the University of Missouri St. Louis. Stayed connected here. The chancellor hired me to help the university stand up a geospatial collaborative. One of the things I liked about that was it was not only creating a degree program, certification program, but it was also using the tools and the technology as a hub for multidisciplinary research, right? And you know how passionate I am about diverse teams. And then the chancellor also wanted me to help UMSL be a thought leader in K through 12, K through 16 workforce development. So I am co-lead of a chair of a talent initiative working group working with GeoFutures and Greater STL. And I know you will not be surprised that my passion is indeed people.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Keisha Winston. I am a supervisory special agent with the FBI, and I'm currently on a joint duty assignment to the Office of Director of National Intelligence, where I'm the chief over the Emerging Talent Group. The IC Human Capital Office under ODNI works together with all 18 of the elements to make sure we are tackling all of the upcoming human capital needs of the intelligence community.
Great, well, thank you. Thank you all for your introductions. So recently, the General Brown, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs staff, recently emphasized the growing war for talent. And we all can feel that too, right? So I wanted to start with talking about recruitment and retention. So for example, we're having to get more innovative in our approaches. And at NGA, we have a high school internship program now. At Moonshot Labs, we have something called the Gaia Lab, which is the Geosciences Artificial Intelligence Applications Lab, where we have uncleared students that are working in the footprint. So Keisha, I'm going to start with you to talk about the OD&I, how OD&I is addressing that war for talent, particularly in recruiting and retaining individuals with critical skills and some of the emerging technologies like we heard about earlier today.
Perfect. So one of the things that the IC is doing to ensure that we are recruiting a diverse and agile workforce is that we are recruiting together. So we have a requirement right now where all 18 elements are recruiting under one brand. The one brand is the One IC. It is where we get together because we're all looking for the same talent. So instead of competing against each other, we are working together to make sure we are figuring out what is the needs, the gaps in our workforce. So we're sharing data. We are using a new, what we call a IC talent acquisition solution system, where we are working together with USA Jobs to be able to have intelligence-focused jobs on USA Jobs. Instead of having to look at all 18 elements to determine what's available for you, if you click on USA Jobs, all of our intelligence jobs will be in one section. And therefore, for all 18 agencies, you can see what's available. We have our own website, which is intelligencecareers.gov. Why is this important? We've revamped this website. If you click on that one website, there will be the seals. You'll have all 18 agencies. You can click on each agency and go to its own microsite. And therefore, you can learn everything you need to know about that agency. You can see every job that's available, position, student internships, one-stop shopping. So we have the talent acquisition solution. The next thing we have is we're all working together to streamline the process on actually being hired into the intelligence community. So right now we're all working, we haven't made a year yet, but we have a 180-day timeline from hiring to onboarding, and that's something we're all working together to make sure that we can implement this. So there's quite a few things that we're doing in the intelligence community to make it easier, make it for you to find out what our positions are, make it easier for each agency, especially the smaller agencies that may not get as many applicants as others, to be able to get access to the talent that's out there.
Awesome. It sounds like you're spearheading quite a bit at the OD&I, so that's great. And then looking at industry then, Peter heard a little bit yesterday about all of the strategic kind of recruitment that you're doing. Can you talk a little bit about that, about how you're really looking at recruitment and retention strategies when it comes to national security?
Sure, and more so national security, geospatial, and even AI in general. We started the company looking, we needed an innovation in workforce. We're not making 4 nanometer node microprocessing chips. We're not building new high-end vaccines or small sats. We're putting boxes on images and helping train AI. We're the humans behind teaching AI and testing AI to be effective. We need a lot of people, and we're hiring scores of people. And even just on a grand sort of global competition standpoint, the US is 330 million people competing both militarily and economically with a country that's 1.3 billion people at a minimum. So the idea that we don't use every bit of our work, we have to use every bit of our workforce. So as we were looking, we need folks who are technically proficient, detail-oriented, hyper-focused, and can be hyper-focused in a repetitive action. They're going through scores and millions of images, thousands of images, looking at millions of objects, but maintaining a focus in a national security standpoint, we can't miss anything. You know, that MiG-29 is there, or that TEL is there, we've got to find it. So where could we find a population of workforce who could be cleared here in the US, that detail orientation and hyper-focus? And there's an untapped, underutilized population, workforce here of neurodiverse professionals. Many of those on the autism spectrum with ADHD and the like. And we found that they are amazing, not holistically, but amazing at this sort of detail-oriented technical approach that's needed for AI training data creation and model testing. And they're underemployed, unfortunately. Fortunately for us, unfortunately for them. So we've built an entire program and company around bringing in these folks into this integrated environment. So over half our staff, full-time staff, professionals, are neurodiverse. We then tried to take, if you will, the mountain to Mohammed. So we've built boot camps, training programs. We recruited the high school level, the community college level. We partnered with nonprofits in our region to bring these folks in. And between, well, it started, we're in our second class now, but it started just in the beginning of September. Between September and the end of December, we're training 100 people to become geospatial image analysts and annotators from the neurodiverse and disabled community to bring them in. And that includes paid internships, a boot camp, and the like. And Lauren, who's with me, our chief people officer who really built this whole program, she should be speaking about this. We're here in St. Louis, one, because it's a geospatial hub, and we need more people. And so we're expanding here to St. Louis and expanding here because of that expertise. But I wanted to hit that we needed an innovation in how we find people and who can do this work. And then built a company and built efforts to bring those folks in.
That's
I could
amazing.
just
Yeah,
make
go
an
ahead.
additional comment on this, tapping into the talent of the neurodiverse community. 'Cause, you know, we were doing this at NGA, not at the scale that you were doing. But what I really love about this is you're not going and hiring people, disabled people. You're hiring them because they have different abilities. You're hiring them because what some people would consider a disability is actually a superpower, right? And you're tapping into the talent because we shifted our mind as far as how we were looking, how we define talent, how we acquire that talent. So it's really commendable. I appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to think of things differently, in a different way, right? And Vice Admiral Sharp, I'm going to go back to you
Bob.
for a minute. Bob. Given your broad experience and kind of across the sectors, what do you think are key factors that each sector really needs to address to ensure that the U.S. remains a leader in geospatial intelligence?
Yeah, so I'll go back to my patent statement, which is people first, right? We need to, and as I would say that, you know, people would kind of chuckle, and if you've been around the department, we have long said mission first, people always, right? And we pat ourselves on the back because we're extremely mission focused, as we should be, and we will continue to be. But I've always thought that that's backwards, and I'm adamant that you need to put people first, because if you put mission first, people always, you get so absorbed with mission that people, not from malice, you know, and trying to do harm, but they become an afterthought, right? Just by definition, they become an afterthought. And by putting people first means just as simple as time, energy, and resources, leadership, thinking about being involved in this. And I'll go back and highlight some of the successes Keisha was talking about here. The Director of National Intelligence is personally involved in that. She takes, you know, and what your boss finds interesting, you should find fascinating. When the DNI is saying, hey, I want to look at how long does it take to take people into each of the agencies? And the directors of each of those agencies are looking at that.
They are.
It doesn't become HR's job. They're just the face to go out and do what is everybody's job, which is all of our jobs: spot, assess, recruit, retain that talent. So the most important thing is to make it a priority. I'd say the second thing is to not limit yourselves as to how you think about that talent, right? And always be legal, ethical, and moral in everything you do. But if there's something that we think is preventing us from going out and attracting that talent, we should change it.
Absolutely.
Right? We can change laws, we can change rules, we can change regulations. And when it comes to people, it's everybody's job, and it's the most important thing that we do.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that people first mission always, because it's something that our friend from the CIA said during the last panel, right?
Yeah.
Keeps her up at night. You know, if you don't have those people, how are you going to get mission done? And so hopefully after we're done here today, she'll sleep better at night, hearing all the great stuff that you all are
one quick
doing.
C story, because I shared this when I was retiring. I had worked for General Mattis at one point when he was 4-star, and then as a SecDef. But when he was a 4-star, somebody asked him, "What keeps you up at night?" And he said, "Nothing keeps me up at night. At this stage of my career, I keep other people up at night." And I shared, I always wanted to be cool enough to say that, but I never was. But I'll take the opposite perspective of Michelle. Nothing keeps me up at night based off of my trust and confidence in the talent that we are getting.
Nice.
Right? It's we are still attracting amazing people, and the more we open the aperture as to where we go and bring in the talent, the more amazed we are, right? And the stronger we are.
And part of the reason why
And
we're
I can sleep.
still getting great. Part of the reason why we're still getting amazing talent is through universities, such as at the University of Minnesota. So Len, can you talk a little bit about how academic institutions are evolving their geospatial science programs to keep up with technology and the changing demands of the workforce?
Sure, yeah, and it's been great to see in all the talks today and all the panels that the need for the workforce, I think, has come up. Everybody's been talking about that. It's a daunting task. For all of us, it's going to take cooperation, and certainly higher ed, academia has our responsibility for trying to work through that as well. We struggle with getting people interested in geospatial. I think that's common throughout the U.S., higher education system. A lot of times, students are not exposed to GIS, to spatial thinking, until they're juniors and seniors. And that's late in their academic career for the undergrad to be able to change directions and maybe get into geospatial. Much rather see them get exposed to those talents, those interests, much earlier in their higher ed career, but actually, as I was saying, in K-12, and that's something that we're interested in as well. How do we get people going down that road as well? We do a lot of work with, just changing the way we're thinking about geospatial. I'm from the geospatial side. I'm in the Department of Geography and our Office of Research. So traditional GIS, that's changing. We're thinking more about data science. We're thinking about how our students, what are the skills that they're going to need to be successful, right? That's programming skills. That's Python. It's R. It's having those types of skills to step into some of the jobs. Hopefully they're ready for you, and I think that's where we try to get feedback from our board. What skills do you need? I'm happy to talk with anybody here today. But also thinking about those soft skills, being able to communicate, problem solving, ethics. I think that's something that is in the role of higher ed and all of us to be working on as well.
Great. And Peter, can you expand a little bit on some other key skills that you think the geospatial workforce of the future might need?
I think Mark talked a little bit about it in the last panel, Mark Mansell, which is we often think of geospatial as, well, look at this picture, look at this hyperspectral cube, look at some of this. Look. And with the advent and growth of large language models and other multimodal data sets, data ways of thinking, the analyst is now thinking about how do these other tools that aren't necessarily visual augment or help that person in the overall assessment. So language skills are becoming important. Understanding what the capability of an AI model can do and what it can't do. So you have all these tools in front of you that can help you with your analysis, but what is the scope of what an LLM can help me do? Where does it break? Where does it not break? Where can I trust it? Same for any of these other AI tools. How is it reliable? You don't need to necessarily be able to code and understand AI at the code level, but knowing how this tool works or doesn't work is exceedingly important, and those skill sets are critical, just even at the entry-level workforce.
Yeah.
And Keisha, I'm going to go back to you for a minute. So we're talking about the workforce. What about the existing workforce, and what initiatives are in place at the OD&I to ensure that the workforce that we have remains adaptable, prepared to tackle the evolving challenges that are posed, and because that gets to the point of retainment,
yes,
right?
Absolutely. So one of the most important things that if you join the IC as a whole is our training. Our intelligence officer training is the best in the world, and it is continuous. It is something that is ongoing throughout your entire career. We have mandatory trainings that we have to do every year. And then besides that, people who are, whatever your interest may be in, there's other trainings that will come along, and you're able, once you're in the community, to be able to go to trainings at different different elements. So that's one of the great things. One of the things to making sure that we keep our talent abreast of what's happening in the private sector, one of the new initiatives we have right now is a public-private exchange program. This is new, it's just starting, and for the IC, it was really hard for us to, once you're in, and we don't really have people exposed to what's happening in the private sector. So right now, we're gonna have government employees. You're still gonna be a government employee, but then you will sign like an MOU, and you will go work with the private sector for a few years and be able to exchange information and knowledge, and then you bring that back into the community. Another thing that we have is the joint duty assignments, which I just mentioned. I'm a person that's a part of that. So if you're an on-board employee and you're working at one agency, you can always apply to work at another agency. So you're always constantly developing your skill sets, you're developing your network, you're finding when there are top projects that you need to work on, because there's always new challenges that's happening within the IC. It's several different agencies all work together in order to solve whatever that challenge may be. So those are a few of the things that are available to you. Of course, we have NIU, which is the National Intelligence University, which is a university that we have where all of our intel officers are able to go to training and go to school and further their education. So inside the IC, there are a ton of things. Sabbaticals, you can go to different universities like Harvard. So there's just a ton of different things that are inside for actual employees. We also have, and I know you didn't ask me this question, but we're going to say this, pre-onboard. So some of our intelligence officers training is our IC Centers of Academic Excellence. So that's our way of the IC. We're working with universities who apply for grants. With the IC is our only IC grant program that we have. We give funding to schools to develop curriculum in national and security, intelligence, STEM, foreign language. And this is a great recruitment tool for the IC. So we're participating with the schools, we're helping them to develop programs, so students are ready on day one to come into the IC and work.
And is there an ICCAE in St. Louis?
There is. SLU is actually an ICCAE school. So any of the students who are here, please look for Dr. Lyons. And he is our principal investigator for SLU. Harris Stowe is also an ICCAE school, as well as Lincoln University. So this is a great area. If you're interested in becoming an IC scholar, they will be at the career fair today.
Awesome, thank you. And I would be remiss in not talking a little bit about the ecosystem, wearing that hat. And so, Bob, since retiring from government, we've seen quite a bit of you in St. Louis and the ecosystem. Can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned K through 12. Can you talk about what you're doing and what you're seeing here as far as growing that geospatial talent?
Yeah, I'll comment on two things to say about what's going on here in this ecosystem. So when I took over the agency from Robert, he had made the decision as to where to build the new facility. And there's a lot of pressure on him and he was going to make somebody happy and somebody not happy, other happy. When the team briefed me on the decision to build here in northern St. Louis, it was just one of those aha moments for me. I'm like, that's brilliant. It really, it would have been easier to go elsewhere, but building in northern St. Louis created this tremendous opportunity to grow this ecosystem, right? And then I thought about it, and I became a little nervous because I said, I don't really control that as the director of NGA, right? For this ecosystem to grow in the way it needs to grow is going to take collaboration between federal, state, local government, business development, academia, nonprofit organizations. And what excites me about this ecosystem is that it is becoming, right? It's actually becoming reality. And it's not because one person or one group of individuals are doing it. It is a collective, collaborative, and I really think that it sets the model for other cities, other regions to emulate, because it is focused on coming together, collaborating, growing talent, fixing challenges, using technology faster to solve problems. So it really is the ecosystem that's coming together here that I think sets the example. On the talent initiative and talent development working group, we want this to be an approach where we are thinking through development paths that have on-ramps for individuals, whoever you might be, right? So it's development paths in geospatial awareness and education that starts at an early age, if you happen to be at an early age. But if you happen to be a professional and you're looking to retool yourself, there's an on-ramp for you as well, and everything in between. There needs to be an on-path to this, or on-ramp to this path. So that's exciting to me. There needs to be off-ramps that result in jobs, right? And jobs in like you would like talent in the universities, right? Within our school systems, within industry, within government. And creating that pathway is going to take the collaboration of industry, academia, nonprofit organizations coming together and figuring out how we do it. So to me, that's the exciting aspect of what is happening here. It's really amazing to see where we are, you know, how far we've come. I was the director of NGA when we had the first Geo-Resolution here. And at that time, we had just gone through the selection for who would be building the new facility. And we had a press availability, and we were able to show pictures of what the building would look like. But I can remember standing on this stage and saying, hey, one of the things I do is I acquire talent. I'm in the market for talent. And I said, I'm convinced that some of our nation's best and brightest live right here in St. Louis, right? Live right here in our communities, right outside our fence line, if we open up the aperture and make it be so. So I'm just really pleased and proud of the team of teams that is forming out here, and not only what you're doing, but really set the example for others to model.
Absolutely, and I think, Peter, you mentioned this earlier, and so to kind of piggyback on that, the talent that is growing here. You talked a little bit about some untapped resources in St. Louis. Do you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so we're really learning about those resources, but you know, we've been doing outreach with the mayor's office, with the political community, to understand where some of these you know, places where we've been successful in the National Capital Region, similar institutions and places work here. The HBCU community has been great for us, the community college. But I'll tell a story about where this talent, where we should be looking, or you know, where we don't look as often. So we have a program with the Space Force where we're identifying and characterizing assets traveling in low Earth orbit from ground-based sensors. And they first came to us with a labeling challenge. Can we label, is that a star or a satellite, as, you know, bad guy, good guy kind of stuff. And we were doing that labeling, and they had this huge backlog. And we were able to go super fast. And we had one of our annotators who just took to the work, especially, and he got very, very fast, to the point where we were doing real-time analysis of what was going on in orbit. And the General Space Force, they did an operational test. It was a training exercise. And so we had to work 3 days straight, 24/7, pulling in this data. And it was going very, very quickly. And so the general called, and he wanted to meet the team. He wanted to understand, who is it? How did you guys do this so fast? What AI tools did you do? And it was all hand annotation. It turned out that Andrew, who was on our team, was exceptional at identifying these things and did it faster. And the general met Andrew. And Andrew is neurodiverse and has a very unique way of presenting and communicating. But he was the best at ever doing this and moved up. Andrew was working at a coffee shop when we hired him. It was his third job. He'd lasted 3 months. And we brought them in. We don't look for college degrees or those kinds of. We look, can they do the work? Well, it turned out Andrew had a degree in computer gaming design from George Mason, but because of his impact, and he had figured out a way to gamify and then use the system to quickly do this annotation. So I tell that vignette as a way of saying that the talent it's there. And we're looking forward to meeting all that talent here in St. Louis. But just that's what we're excited about here, and that there's this ecosystem that supports geospatial, and that's part of the DNA, what people talk about. It makes that easier for us to enter into that space.
Awesome, thank you. And you know, we talked a little bit individually what the different sectors are doing, but partnerships are going to be really important too as we're competing for the workforce of the future. So how can government, industry, and academia collaborate to really generate that pipeline, that pathway of geospatial talent? And Len, can you talk a little bit about what partnerships or collaborations are in place between universities and industry to ensure that students are graduating with the skills that are necessary? And can you also talk a little bit about how U-Spatial contributes to that?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take the second part first. With what U-Spatial does, again, we work with faculty from throughout the university, introducing spatial thinking to them. A lot of times this is a novel approach to their research. They've not thought about how can I use geospatial data, maps. We've worked with a faculty who had a spreadsheet of head injuries, and they said, have you heard of geocoding? And they said, yes, we can do geocoding, and to get that on a map, to start looking at the spatial patterns of where these injuries are happening was really powerful. But also very simple work that we do every day, right? And so I think that's part of it, is getting the rest of the world introduced to the power of what geospatial can do. That needs to happen within higher ed through all levels. It needs to happen in K through 12. An example in Minnesota, we have a standard that was just passed for social studies that kindergarten teachers should start implementing geospatial activities into the classroom. It's not happening because there isn't the training, there isn't the pre-service teacher training that's being provided to allow them to be able to use those resources and to make that happen. That's something that higher ed can help with. I think that's something that all of us can be helping with. How do we help our community and our teachers with that? Last thought I have is, you know, we're in the business of teaching, but research is teaching. And this was something that a former vice president of research said. Maybe they're biased. They're obviously biased with that. But research is teaching, and that, to me, that's a powerful statement in that if industry, if the government is collaborating and supporting research at universities, it is funding research, but it is also growing the workforce. We're going to hire undergrad students. We're going to hire grad students to help with the research projects. They're getting real-world experience working on projects, working on lots of different areas. I think that will prepare them for working in the geospatial intelligence workforce.
I would just add a corollary to that with the training and the expertise that's being provided. That's sort of how do we give folks the skills to come into this community? But in addition to that, in the competition for talent, how do we get them to want to come into this community? Mm-hmm. Right, so we have to compete for these folks to come in. And one of the ways is they have to feel welcome. They have to feel wanted in our community. We have to look like them. They have to feel that their skill sets, their differences, their unique skills, whatever individually is wanted and desired. And that's hard to do. I mean, that requires change on how you attract someone to you versus giving the skills to come with. And so making our places, there's only so much you can do. It's a skiff is a skiff, and the work is what it is. But making it so it's attractive to them, whether there's job growth, what you can see, the scope of the problems or the missions that you get to work on are very amazing and different. The technology you get to work with are different, and you are welcome and supported and valued in our community is really important.
I think too, going back one step further, and I think maybe Len, you mentioned this earlier, it's how do you expose people to geospatial in the first place? How do they know that there's a career in geospatial, a career in national security? A lot of us talk about demystifying, right? You have to first demystify what that means. So I think that comes first, and then this part of them seeing themselves, right, in that career is really, really important.
I can build off of one of the things Len was saying, because it's also something that University of Missouri St. Louis is pursuing with that geospatial collaborative. It is using geospatial tools and perspectives in collaboration with the other schools to help them solve their problems. And the benefits to this are, one, you're exposing a broader community to the value of these tools. And Jack Dangermond accidentally revealed this motto, Esri, that they had for a while, see what others can't, which I loved, right? It's a great motto. When you can look at things spatially and temporally, all of a sudden it makes sense where it didn't make sense. But it is also building diverse teams to solve complex problems. And it's I could give you example after example of why diverse teams are far more effective and efficient in the innovation process, in creating ideas, selecting ideas, implementing ideas. A diverse team, a diversity of thought is always going to be far more effective. And then one of the things I think the schoolhouses are starting to do is the universities are starting to define majors in different ways, right? And give some more flexibility as to what skills you actually grow and how you grow your humans into jobs that probably don't even exist today. And then I'm going back to the industry engagement on this. I challenge our industry teammates to think pretty aggressively as to how you can help grow your own talent by working with the universities and in thinking about ways that maybe you're not doing things. And some of it that's greatly appreciated is software and technology and those things. But I'd say equally as important is letting your humans interact with people in those programs.
Yep.
Right? Get your people involved in it.
Absolutely. And I was just going to say that if I can add that in. National security and intelligence. What we're seeing with the CAE schools right now is people are starting to realize that I need to be immersing this into different departments within the school.
Yep.
So it's not just my program that sits in my department, but you're including other departments when people are developing their curriculum and they're looking around and they're saying, well, how can I implement national security or intelligence into what I'm already teaching?
Yeah.
And I'm seeing that across the board in a lot of our schools that are starting to happen. And my goal is that we get it all the way across the nation. And I think Lynn is absolutely correct. Getting it started earlier, that our students in elementary school, junior high school, and high school, or even know what national security is and intelligence, because our students are traveling. They're global travelers already. So, but the importance or thinking about national security when they are traveling with their parents and going overseas or going on school trips in high school overseas, they don't even think about national security issues. And I mean, we don't want to, scare kids, but just enough knowledge and information about when you're going overseas and what is not just safety to you, but making sure you're not taking your cell phone and plugging it in places and, all of the good things that everybody in this room already knows. But I would love to see that kind of education trickle down to our K through 12.
Amen.
So we've got about 5 minutes, a little less than 5 minutes. I wanted to make sure I got to some of the questions, and you've already answered some of those. But, you talked about having different disciplines, right, in academia. But in terms of talent in the IC, there's a question about what's the priority for having stability with government civilians versus flexibility with cleared contractors. And I feel like we're seeing a lot of cross-pollinization, if you will, now. So I don't know if Bob, Keisha, one of you would like to talk about that?
I'll start. ODNI is one of those agencies where it's already written when they founded the organization. It's like a 60-40, right? It's 60%, I think, contractors. There's another percent. I don't know the percentage, so I don't want to tell you that. But it's contractors, joint duty, as well as cadre that work there. So we already have organizations that are like that. Most people who will tell you when they're working with their contract counterparts, you can't even tell within the organization. You are cube by cube, you're working on problems together. If there's gaps in your workforce, the contractors who come in and clear, you'll find out we know the same people, we worked on different projects. So there really is a seamless connection between the two. So I think that's kind of what I would say with this. But yeah, and you have a lot of people who retire from the government and they come back in contract positions. So we're kind of like recycling a lot of the same employees.
I can remember as director of NGA walking around, and as you recall, I talk to people all the time. Love to ride the elevator, and one morning I was talking to one of our officers, and they said, well, I'm just one of your contractors. And I said, hey, we don't have a just to anything around here. I mean, everybody matters on this team, and the only difference between a contracting officer and a government official is the rules and the regulations as to how you compensate that individual. But valuing all your people is first and foremost really important. Everybody on the team contributes. We had the same, I think Sue Calwait's around here, and she had shared this story with me. She was talking to somebody, and one of her officers said, well, I'm just a pay band too. And she's like, once again, we don't have a just anything.
Yes.
I learn something new every single day, and sometimes I learn from the most junior person. But everybody matters, every work role matters. I think that what we need to continue to explore is having some more flexibility, some more agility in how we manage our humans, to allow people the opportunity, to afford them the opportunity if they want to be a government employee, to maybe go into industry for a while. They're still investing in that human, right? They're learning things, they're growing skill sets, but to have the agility to let them come back and make that a career path, I think would be beneficial to us. I know it's difficult, but it's...
And it sounds like we're seeing that with some of the initiatives that the ODNI is putting out, so I think that's
It's hard, but hard is authorized.
That's right. That's right. So we have just a little over a minute left. So in closing, I would like to maybe hear from each of you. Any advice? We have students here. What kind of advice do you have for the students as they are thinking of pursuing a career in geospatial? So Peter, we'll start with you and then just go down the line.
So I was at the mentoring lunch, and I probably said something similar to this. So my degrees, I mean, I've been talking about technology and geospatial and artificial intelligence. So my degrees are, of course, in public policy and economics and poli-sci. And that's sort of get started, try it out. Your first job won't be your last job. I have two kids, one's a senior in college, one's a sophomore in college, and they're already starting to spin a little bit about what comes next. And try it out. It's got us in it. It's a great place. Geospatial, a lot of fun, but I wouldn't overthink. Pick something that you like. Pick something that seems sort of interesting. Get in there first. Knock on the door. I'll tell what I say to my son, who's a senior doing computer science at William & Mary. Return your emails. Just check them. Just check your email. Please. We're old people. We don't know how to communicate other than with email, so do check your email for those job opportunities and when you get the job. But just try it. That's what I'd say.
Awesome. Thank you. Len?
Yeah. Echoing that, geospatial is amazing. It's everywhere, right? We live in the world. We're in a geospatial world. Try something. Whatever you do, you can save the world. And just keep trying with it.
I'll share a story from one of our community's great leaders, who's right now the Deputy Director of NGA and nominated to be the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security, Tanya Wilkerson, who I knew wanted to be here today, but unfortunately couldn't. I was with her, and she was doing a fireside chat. I was in the audience, and somebody asked her, they said, hey, you've had a pretty successful career. What are times you've struggled in your career? And she said, all the times I've struggled in my career is when I've self-limited. And she's highly competent, but she has had those times in her career. So my advice would be to do it, to throw your hat in the ring. And if you don't apply, you know what the answer is. It's no, right? And even if you pursue something and it doesn't work out for you immediately, you will grow from that experience. So I remind people, if not you, then who, right? And if not now, then when, right? So pursue your dreams, right? Be curious, and you'll do amazing things.
And my advice would be, again, go to intelligencecareers.gov. Take time, because there's 18 different agencies, and NGA, yes, is a fantastic one, but you may not get on into NGA immediately. So there's 18 agencies. Every single one of you, just click on the seal. It's going to tell you, it's a microsite. It's going to tell you about the mission of that particular agency, and then it will tell you those student opportunities. So as a student, even though NGA is your dream, that's where you want to go, you may get an internship with the FBI or NSA or CIA. Take those opportunities. That's just going to make you a stronger intel officer. So when your NGA job comes, you're bringing all of that experience and knowledge you got from the other agencies to that one. Because what we notice is when we're working with intel officers, they've all been at several different agencies.
Yeah.
So especially folks that are senior leaders.
That website is amazing, and it's just tremendous progress that you've made in being open about what's available. And I am biased towards NGA, but all of the agencies are really good. They're all amazing. They're all different. And the power of those agencies come as they collaborate together.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? And NGA has presence at each and every one of them.
Yes, they do.
Geospatial, that's where it's at.
Happens time and space.
All right, all great advice, and I don't know about everybody else, but I'm gonna sleep a little better tonight, knowing that you all are thinking about these things and in different ways, and then looking at the posters, which I think we're gonna hear the winner in a minute. The future of geospatial is bright. So let's give our panel a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Let's have a rousing round of applause for all of our speakers, the conference organizers, staff, volunteers, and for you, our attendees, for the ones here in person and the ones watching virtually. Thank you so much. And I'd like to give a special thank you to the sign interpreters. They've been working all day, and that's a tough job. And thank you so much. Well, it has indeed been a great day, and I hope you have learned and been inspired. And for those of you who are thinking about entering the geospatial field, I hope that you will. There's a lot of opportunities there. Oh, to be young again, I kept on saying. But anyway, this is my personally my favorite part of the conference is when we announce the student poster winners. And to make that announcement, please welcome Dr. Ness Sandoval of St. Louis University, who was the lead judge of the academic poster session.
So it's always an honor and privilege to serve as a judge for the Geo poster session. It's a reminder of the creativity, the innovation, the cutting edge research that's happening today in the institutions here in the St. Louis metropolitan region and the institutions that are part of TGI. I want to thank the two other judges who helped with the panel judging, Michael Sunday from the University of Missouri and Pedro Ruiz from the University of Southern California. Each of the posters were evaluated using NSF criteria. We assessed the scientific merit and the potential impact of the research on the given field. We assessed the creativity in the presentation and visualization of the results. We assessed the inclusion of appropriate references and citations, and then we judged the videos that were included with the posters. At this point, I would like to announce the audience favorite, Lyric McGilberry from Harris Stokes University. Lyric, are you here? The title of the poster is The Dark Side of Light, a study of contributing factors of poor maternal fetal health outcomes. Third place, Ashutosh Parwa from St. Louis University. The title of the poster, Geospatial Innovations for Industrial Hemp, UAV-based LiDAR and hyperspectral data fusion for total carbon estimation. Second place, Z.J. Joe from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Crop site, US from field view to table, an objective-based crop type ground truth dataset using Street View and Sentinel-2 satellite imagery across the continuous United States. First place, Emma Catherine Hall from the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. Emma is online right now, so let's give her a round of applause. Now I turn it over to her.
Thank you, Ines. Wow. How about one more round of applause for these amazing students and everybody who contributed a poster. Thank you so much. This is the future over there, by the way. In 5 to 10 years, they'll be the ones on the stage, and they'll be telling you what to do next. So it's very, very exciting that you're all here to support this next generation. And I'm very excited that we made it this far. For you, yes. So thank you so much. It's been a packed day. We can't thank everybody who contributed behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, every speaker, every moderator, and all the coordinating team in the background. Thank you to St. Louis University for hosting. Thank you to the NGA for their amazing support. Thank you for the Taylor Geospatial Institute for the coordination. And thank you for actually giving us your time, your most valuable asset, to actually be here, be part of this energy, whether you're from our community, from the geospatial community, or you're coming from elsewhere, whether it's physically or from a different domain. We really, really appreciate you. And as a little reward, there'll be a reception afterwards. I think Lorna will tell you a little bit about. And we're also hosting upstairs a TGI Expo that has 11 companies who are looking for people to work at their companies, as well as our academic partners. So it's not over yet, but thank you so much for everything you've given to Geo-Resolution 2024. Bill?
Well, allow me to echo everything that Nadine had just said. It's been a wonderful conference. Just thinking and back to how we've grown over the years to what was originally a very local St. Louis conference 5 years ago, where all the panelists came from various sectors of St. Louis, to having the national conference that we have established. I'd like to thank TGI and St. Louis University being wonderful collaborators. I think this has gone incredibly well, and I'd like to propose that we do it again next year. Okay. So September next year, look for a date. We'll make it We'll make it even grander next year. So, thank you.
Bill, you named it and claimed it, so it will happen then next September. I want to thank everyone and all of you for allowing me to participate in this event once again. It's great. I feel smarter. Thank you for everything you do. And I have one last housekeeping message, that if you happen to have parked in the Olive Compton parking lot and you get to your car and you see a ticket, ignore it. It's taken care of, okay? That's the geospatial way. Thank you so much and have a great evening. Bye-bye.